Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
First message of the day this morning. I tried. I tried. Myra, you tried. You held back as long as you could. But you were once again first in chat. I believe I have to name you something other than just the owner of the internet. There has to be a title that's unique, that speaks to how frequently and how well you have performed as owner of the internet. Maybe a title that persists even while you're not acting owner. And maybe CEO of the internet is that title, Myra. Maybe that's exactly what we need to call you. Myra, thank you so much for being first in chat. You do win the internet again today. Repeat offender. Congratulations. You are the next victim or victor in that contest. Appreciate all of you. Thanks for breaking the ice and letting everybody in. Know the water's just fine. Come on in. Appreciate you guys being here. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. For some of you, you had a long weekend. And if you did, you missed our surprise stream yesterday. Which was a lot of fun as well. Let's see. We did a little stream about the timeline. Just had a fun stream in the morning. So I apologize. I did say I was not going to do anything, and then I changed my mind. And I reserve the right to do that frequently. But one other thing, looks like Suzanne just gifted 5 memberships even before we had started. Just out of the gates, she gifted 5 memberships, and I think they were given out here. Let me see if I can find who received those. Looks like Sometimes Alias, Holly Henderson, NC Girl for Life, Lindsay Len, and GMA Nobby 7. Congratulations on your new memberships, courtesy of Suzanne. Suzanne, thank you so much for your generous support. You, new members, please, or returning members, please take your seat on the front row. Thank you very much. Quick roll call today because we do have court coming up. Let me see. Just looking, it looks like people are still milling around the courthouse out there. I'm not seeing a live feed yet, but I will get one pulled up. Let's see, we need let's go this one. Okay, there we go. Still no live feed. Okay, first roll call, quickly. Canes fan, Abby UK, Sam Bellissimo. Welcome, Myra, of course. You grew impatient. Abby, I saw you tripped people at the door, Abby, to allow Myra to make it first into the room. Good work. I think you guys tag teamed. Sharon McDonald, Denise, Victoria S., Ritz, Adam Nusky, Lia R.A. Let's see. Got them. Gold Mom 513, Jimbo as well. Jimbo, you're getting close. You are getting close. It's going to happen. I feel it, Jimbo. One of these days it will be you. Let's see. Nancy Ritz, Rev Minister, good morning to you as well. Rowdy Mary Murphy. Yes, the sounds are on right now. Laura, DSN, Mac, good morning, Mac. JREPTX, good morning, all my fellow addicts. Good morning to you, JR. Let's see. Rowdy, Jenny Bailey, Jen. Sometimes Alias, I'm not a ninja. Let's see. DMB is here. Did anyone see the video court TV did showing Alex Murdaugh's holding cell at the court? I haven't seen that. Is it luxurious? Does it have like soft, cushy chairs, or is it quite cramped? I imagine it's sort of cramped. It's an older building. Tracy Anzar is here. Bitfinex 90 as well. I don't know what I'm expecting from the defense. A lot of counter-expert testimony, or is that counter-experts as in anti-experts? Maybe. Time doesn't mean opportunity. I think Bitfinex, what we're going to see is is a lot of people trying to poke holes and in the theory. And anytime there is a gap or something that's not explained well, that's being under a microscope. We're going to blow that up. We're going to try to make that into something bigger than it is to instill doubt. That's what the defense is going to be working on for this week. And we have about a week of testimony. I think that's what we're going to get. Let's see. Rich, Laura, Golden Girl, Sandy Fields, Mo, Alpaca Renee, good morning to you as well. Walmart in South Arizona has no spicy maple bourbon pickles. I'm going to have words with Walmart in South Arizona then, because they need to have spicy maple bourbon pickles. Jen Trell, good morning as well. Let's see, sometimes alias. We got you, Red Pen, good morning. Feels like I'm late, but I'm not. You are perfectly on time. Suzanne, let's see, we definitely got Suzanne here. She gave the gifts. Toxic Orchid, good morning. What's your America look like? I heard a rumor this is Mutt. Mutt, is that you? I responded to you anyway, just in case it wasn't. And if it's not you, that's not an insult. Mutt's a good friend. so welcome. Amber's here. Good morning to you. Hope you had a great weekend, Amber. Let's see. Rowdy, Red Pen, Mo, good morning. Donna Thompson, K-Frame, Richard on a Globe. I'm on the way to my various doctor's appointments. I'll be listening while I'm waiting. Well, unfortunately, there's usually a lot of waiting involved, but I guess today that will be a good thing because you get to listen more. Abby UK, good to have you here, Abby. Ritz, Rowdy, Biscuit, good morning. Hope everyone is well with you as well. Trying to describe these maple bourbon pickles. I'm not a fan of bourbon because it's too sweet for my palate. Whiskey is almost as sweet, thus too sweet by the second gulp. Scotch is far less. I've never had those beverages, so I don't know if what I'm tasting in the spicy maple bourbon pickles is similar or not. Cass, good morning. It is Mutt. Okay, good to have you here, Mutt. Let's see. Sometimes alias Holly Henderson, NC Girl for Life, Lindsay Len, GMA Nobby. I know you're here because you got gifted memberships. Even if you're lurking, good morning to you. Carly 196 as well. Good morning. Biscuit, Rowdy, Terry, Korhunyak is here as well. Super windy. I hope I don't lose my internet. Me as well, Terry. Let's see. KQD is here. Listen to Mrs. RA's podcast on why homeschool using TJ Ed. That just disappeared. Where did it go? Way up here. And apparently it was good, but now it's gone. Tar Healer, welcome to the gallery as a second-month member with that Aqua Courthouse. Looks great. Thank you very much for your support, Tar Healer. It would not be the same here without you. Good to have you here. Lindsay Len, Carolina Girl, Laura, Horse Sheet and Bananas is here as well. Bitfinex 90, Victoria S, Natalie Lintz, Eileen Taverina, Misty Farley, Kathy, K-Frame, Melissa, Georgia Culture, Tracy Anzar. I apologize. My screen updated and I lost a whole bunch of chats. So if I missed somebody, raise your hand here. Debbie, Last Poet, Rowdy, KQD, Jen, Nerdle Rock, good morning, Eric, Red Pen, and he anticipated, I would say, morning, Eric, so he applied. That's pretty good. Good job, Eric. Touche. Sunshine Sunflowers, Tar Healer, let's see, Ritz, I think we got you already. Old Dude, good morning, Old Dude. Allie B, Lynn Hoke, Carl Hersel, Maggie Carr, Misty Farley, Marianne Malaro, good morning from Buffalo, New York. I think pretty much everybody north of the midline of the United States is going to get pounded with snow. I think that's what I'm hearing this week. And I'm sorry if I'm the bearer of bad news. We might have to get Weather Watch on here and really rake him over the coals for that because he should have ordered better weather for us. Tish, good morning, Tish. Good to have you here today. Debbie, Carl, Kelly Harper, BU Me, Jay Hughes, Rachel Wood, good morning. I'm intrigued to see who the defense puts on. Recovery addict, I remember his lawyer said footprint analysis. That'll be interesting because there's not a lot to analyze. They don't have great pictures. They don't have anything. Possibly the pictures in the feed room might be useful to analyze, and that's where they're going to instill doubt as to who it could have been and how it could have been another person. Definitely not going to be the same size as Alex Murdaugh. We'll go into a little bit what I learned over the weekend about Alex Murdaugh and taking steps and distances and things like that in the timeline. Golden Mom, Rowdy, we got you. Twisted Branches, good afternoon for you. Good morning for me. I think let's see, Nancy, Jiggly Jules, I'm ready. In my Bob voice, SpongeBob voice. Myra, I got a promotion. Thank you. I will not let you down. Myra, I think you have to give the internet away to people from now on, since you're the CEO. I don't know how this is going to work, but we'll figure this out. Katrina Samantha Terry, howdy from Virginia Beach. Good to have you here. What's your America look like? Good luck on the channel. How that's working. I'll have to pop in. Debbie, DB Secondus, First Lady A. Hey all. GMA Nobby, K Cormaniak, K Cormanic. I had trial withdrawal. Holly Henderson, almost done with roll call. I think I'm catching up. MCAT Jeanette French, Jim Bob D. Jojo, Courtney Alero, Carl Hersel, my dog Murray, Andrea DCS, good morning. Lindsay Len, Samantha Terry, JK, Missy Pants, G. Smith, Participation Trophy Wife, love the name, good morning. Not new here. We'll welcome you anyway. It's a new name. We're going to recognize that. Amber says, I was going through court withdrawal. I don't like closed court everywhere. I ended up going down other rabbit holes and they're dangerous. I did as well. I ran into a few of you at some other places around and about. Let's see, Katrina, Katerina Scarcella, ready for the expert quacks for defense. Yes, highly paid experts, by the way. Weather Watch is here. Good morning. We're going to have words at some point, Weather Watch, with all this weather. Color Me Abstract is almost Ash Wednesday. Fowls Not with syrup, and almost time for a good day in here. Okay. Keeney, Mo Freedom, Katrina, I think I got you. Anne as well. Mississippi Raptors and Reptiles, good morning to you. Lady Writer, Allie B, I'll take a lemon tart. Share Bear. I think I've got everybody here. I'm starting to see lots of repeats. Cakes Boo, hello beautiful people, and mods and RA. Hello to you, Cakes Boo, as well. Thanks for many of you have been texting the burner phone over the weekend and keeping me up to date on the happenings and the discoveries of different channels and helping me to follow along with that. So I appreciate that. I got some great material I watched over the weekend because of that. Bella, good morning. Babs, Mary Murphy, Kelly Harper. I think our roll is about complete. Jojo Peter, Mountain Mama, Sassy Girl, Carolina, Jen Hoff. Jen, how do you gift memberships? You're going to have to ask someone else. I haven't got it to work yet. It doesn't let me that I know of. Sassy Girl, good morning. Boom, boom. Murray Perry, good morning for Orlando. Broadway Garden is here. My daughter asked if this was live. I said yes. All right, can you say something? Can you say good morning to Tilly? Tilly, come closer. Come sit down in front of the screen here for a minute, Tilly. Okay, listen. This is all pre-recorded, Tilly. This was actually recorded years ago. I knew that you were going to be here. No, just kidding. Tilly, this is live. This is as live as it gets. I am right live in my virtual courtroom with my virtual mug, a real mug. And we're going to talk about crime. I'm so excited that your mom is part of the channel, Tilly. Broadway Garden is awesome. Just tell her thanks. Tell her thanks for being here and for watching and following along. And Tilly, have a wonderful day today. Hopefully you get to have a peek in and see what's going on, see why your mom likes it so much. YIMS, National Drug Intelligence Bureau, oxycodone in Charleston, South Carolina, has street value of $10 to $15 per pill. I saw that at $50,000 a week and $15 per pill. That's 3,333 pills per week, 476 pills per day. You would barely have time to swallow them all, let alone digest them. So we know that he was not, that was not personal consumption amounts. Mountain Mama, good morning. Mo, Ritz, Ginger Meadows, Tina, I think KX Stars here. Tar Healer, welcome to the gallery for month 2. Appreciate it. Professor Phil Bell, the next few days should be very interesting in court. It will be. BU Me as well. Linda Hill, good morning. To Tilly from Denmark, says Marie. Hang on, is it Tilly's birthday? Did I miss that? Jojo Peter, are you just saying happy birthday, or is it? I'm not sure. Agnes Sky, welcome. Susan Bond, Roxanne, I see you. High Speed Drifter, we're back. We are. We're just waiting for a stream from the courtroom, and we'll hop over there. Pat Hall, good morning from Michigan. Good morning to you, Pat. Please stay warm as the weather turns a little colder here this week. Stephen Davey, good morning. Morten Anderson, welcome from the Scandinavian. Is that Finland or Denmark? No, it's Denmark, right? I think it's Denmark. I don't know my Scandinavian flags. I do apologize, but if you tell me, I promise I'll remember. Let's see. I think that's all. Karen Fall, Missy Pants. I think we got everybody. Have you heard any updates on Sarah Boone? There's been a couple court filing updates where the judge authorized the $10,000 to the special investigator so that they can, do their analysis to the battered wife syndrome type stuff. I don't know if he can get it done in time to have his report ready for the April date that the court currently has. So I don't think that that date's going to hold. Bullwinkle Sprinkles, good morning. K-Frame, let's see, Jessica Lagalbo, sorry Jessica, I butchered your last name. Nana Geek is here, Natural Empress, Lynn C. Okay, I think we got everyone. Stephen Lee is here. I was accepted into the police academy, have physical Thursday and psych evaluation to be determined. Hope to be done with my schooling before I start police academy in the fall. Stephen Lee, that is awesome. That is awesome. And thank you very much. Stephen Lee, for those of you who don't know, is the artist behind the artwork that we see at the end of the stream, as well as on the mouse pad, which you can find online if you type _mouse in chat. I believe it should make a link up on screen. It's an awesome little mouse pad, and Stephen Lee did a great job on the artwork. Thank you so much for that, Stephen. Sea Monkey is here. Happy birthday, Lindsay. Yes, it's Lindsay's birthday, right? Scarred Owl is here. Good morning. Somebody just TW just gifted a membership. Thank you very much, TW, for that. Let's see who got it. Way down here somewhere. Rachel Wood, congratulations. Okay, I think we're caught up. Maisla, happy Mardi Gras. Is that now? I've never followed when Mardi Gras happens. Hi from Australia, from Kelly. Thank you very much. It's going to be 40 degrees Celsius tomorrow. That sounds like a nice day. It's actually going to be pretty nice today as well. It's 61 right now, and it's going to be 72 this afternoon. So I might have to open the window and get the little AC going. High Speed Drifter. Okay, we're all caught up. Let me tell you, if I missed anyone, I do apologize. I seriously apologize. I tried to get everyone this morning that I could. I go as fast as I could without too many interruptions. Squirrel, But if you want a shout out and I didn't get you, Norma, like right here, just throw your hands up in chat like that, and I'll see if I can catch you. The jury will want to hear the viable alternative to how Maggie and Paul died. Right. I think we would love to hear that. We would love to hear that. I don't think the defense is going to give us that. All they're going to do is say lots of different ways it could have happened, and then say, with all these different possibilities, how in the world are you now looking at my client and saying he did it? Live from the courtroom right now, it looks like some families just arriving or will be shortly. Let's see what the attire is for the day. Oh, that's an attorney, right? I think the family might be there already. After this, are we going forward to a Koberger trial? Jimbo, we may be going to the eye drop case with Judge Doro immediately after this. It's supposed to start, I think, on the 27th, which gives us about a week. So if this wraps up soon enough, we might pick up on that one. Yes, I might have to open the window is what I was going to do. Just open the window to keep the air cool down. Hey, Queen Olive, I see you here. Sorry, I missed you earlier. Emmy Boo as well. Throw your hands up in the air if I missed you. Tony Fortune, Sharon McDonald. I think I've got everybody. I apologize if I missed you. And tag me as well. That would help. Verity Davidson. Hi, good afternoon. Isle of Wight, UK. I think I had a bank account there once in the Isle of Wight many years ago. Meanie Banana, hi everyone, good to have you here. Okay, it's great to be here. I will say, I've been thinking a ton. Oh man, there are the hands. Angie, Cindy Smith, Lisa B, Susan Blankenship, Jennifer Newell, La 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 Lay, welcome. Hannah and Illinois Mama, Jet Set, Marie. There we go. I think I'm caught up. My dogs go running every time your squirrel sounds. It's Marissa. I got you as well. Keeney. Okay. Ashley R. Creative B. Good morning, Debbie. I've got my plaque. I'm not sure if you can see it here on my desk right now. I'm still trying to get it behind me, and I'm working on that. What's with the pen on the left? The pen. What pen? I'm trying to figure out, were we looking at that court? This one? I can't see the pen, or maybe I'm just blind. Casual money laundering. Here's what I was looking at over the weekend. First of all, I went out and I got some metal detecting done. Squirrel. There's a side note. I need water as well, but I got some metal detecting done, and it was awesome. I went to a friend's house on Saturday, and what was most interesting is a company has reached out to me, and it's one of these brands that you've never heard of. That's a company that sells on Amazon. They sell a metal detector, and they reached out to me and say, "Hey, we'd love to review our product. Can we send it to you? Test it. If you like it, we'll make a deal, and we'd like you to make a video for us telling people about why our product's so good." And I said, "I'll test it, but I tell the truth. You can send it to me, but I'm going to tell the truth." They sent it to me, and I've got to admit, it was junk. It was garbage. It looked cool. There were some cool things about it that I thought, oh, that's going to be good. And I took out and used it, and it was garbage. And so I wrote a nice letter to my contact back, and I said, "Look, thanks for sending it to me, but this is really trash, and here's why." And I went through and I listed all the things I didn't like about it, because I have so many detectors. I know what they should do and what they shouldn't do, and where this one had weak points. I listed all these things, and so they said, "Thank you for your feedback," and then there was nothing. And then like a month later, they sent me an email and said, "We've been developing. We've taken all your advice. We've got another prototype. It's not in production yet. We're going to send it to you. Would you be willing to test it and give us more feedback?" And they sent me this prototype, and they fixed every single thing I complained about. And this machine's like, suddenly, for being a no brand machine, it's like, hey, this is something that I would actually recommend to somebody to use. I'm like, you guys changed all these different problems. There's still a couple things that I said, the battery compartment has this issue, and it wiggles here when it shouldn't, and things like that. And they said, "Thank you for the feedback. We'll work on it." So I'm excited. I've never worked with a company that did that. I've had lots of people that reach out to me and say, "We'd like you to make a video. Just tell everyone it's good." I'm like, "I'm not going to tell anyone it's good unless it is." And they're like, "Never mind. They won't do that." But this company said, "We want your feedback, and we're going to change it and make it better. And then would you tell them it's good?" So that was a welcome relief. Anyway, went out metal detecting, found a beautiful, sort of late colonial period axe head. And it was actually on a property that's still owned by the original family that owned the property way back when. And so that axe head was probably used to clear the property when it was first cleared of trees. So it's really neat so they can have that little memento. Why doesn't Alex work anymore? Has he ever worked? Just kidding. Alex, let me fix Alex's sound. I don't know why it doesn't work. I might have hit the wrong button. Give me just 1 second. Let me see if I can bring up some video to show you here of people arriving while we're waiting. I think that's family right over there. They have to park quite a ways away before they can come walk over here. So Alex was not working. Where's Alex? Oh, because I had turned him off. That's why. Alex works now. Let's see, hopefully everyone's enjoying it. Whatever beverage you have in the morning in a Recovery Addict mug, which reminds me, this is your warning. I have to get some water in my mug.
Install it as well.
All right, thank you. There's your ASMR. Okay, much better. It says they're out of stock. I will fix it. I apologize. Let me figure out what's wrong with that. Maybe Alex stole them. Okay. Yeah, I see Buster's red hair over there. That looks like the whole family coming together. It looks like they're still pretty united as a family. While they're walking over here, I just want to tell you, thank you, Katrina. I mind the laptop. Love that reminder every morning. I went over the 17 seconds. We talked about this yesterday in the live stream yesterday. The 17 seconds that Alex Murdaugh had between when he pulled up and put his Suburban in park and when he called 911 the first time. Okay, which he actually called 9111, but that's fine. Those 17 seconds are crucial to me. And he has said he's done so much stuff during that time. It just does not make sense. And so I went back and I looked at the timeline. I looked at the body camera footage of the first officer on the scene. And there's actually a point where that officer is standing next to Alex Murdaugh's Suburban, and he walks from the Suburban door down right past Maggie's body, past Paul's body, and then onto his truck. So I'm able to use his steps, knowing that the average, adult male stride is between 2 and 2.5 feet, and calculate the distance of how far it is from where he parked his truck to where Maggie's body was. And a very rough, and I'm being sort of conservative here as well, but very roughly, I count about 12 steps from the door of his car to where he would be at Maggie, which is about 24 feet. Okay, assuming he has a short stride. And we know Alex is a bigger guy. He's got a longer stride. And then it's another 10 feet distance-wise, but it's also diagonal. So at least 20 feet to Paul's body. So you've got basically 44 feet to the first body that he walks to. He walks to the far one first and then comes back. The difficulty in trying to find a pulse, I'm not sure if Alex has any medical training, first of all, but the difficulty in a stressful situation of trying to find a pulse,
Alex stole it.
You've got to take at least a second or two to feel for a pulse to try to find something. You can't just touch and be like, oh, no pulse, right? So there had to be some waiting time there. So you've got the distance he travels to the body, him trying to roll him over, the phone falling out, him trying to find a pulse, him fiddling with the phone, putting it on his body, going over to Maggie, doing the same pulse check on her, then back to the car, and then dialing, using the Bluetooth in the car to talk, because when Bluetooth's connected, your phone doesn't work. It's only the mic in the car and the speakers in the car. It does not make sense. It doesn't make sense. He can't do it. And I cannot get past that he was lying about that, which means that if the phone was already there, like he says it was, and that he never went up to the bodies before, after that, he was there before, which means he's lying. That to me, I can infer guilt from that. Okay. Family's in the courtroom now. I talked right over the top of it. So sorry about that. Looks like also we've got some courtroom feed now just from the wall. Let me see if I can get one more channel pulled up just as a fail safe. Squirrel. Okay, just 1 minute here. Trying to find a good one here. WLTX should be good enough, but nobody else has a live stream ready to go in yet. Oh, maybe WGN. Yeah, let's try WGN. They're not up yet, but...
And now Murdaugh stole it.
Alex Murdaugh stole everything, apparently.
For the record, I don't consent to that name.
Okay. All right, so today, what are we going to see? We're going to see the defense who has presented their evidence. I really wonder if the defense is going to go back and say, hey, we missed something last week we'd like to object to. And it has to do with the jury picking their own foreman. So I really wonder if they're going to go back and say, we should have called for a mistrial, and we'd like to preserve that on record. Cat. Rather, he knew they were dead, so he just called 911. Why is this family showing up to support the serial stealer and maybe murderer? The entire lot of them are evil, says TW. Well, they may believe that he's being framed. They may honestly, this is the hardest thing for me to grasp, or was for a long time. American Dreamer, welcome, by the way. Thanks for admitting to being an addict, which otherwise means subscribing to the channel. Appreciate it. Welcome. You can never leave now that you're here. So we just wrap our arms around you and never let you go. The thing I have to get my head around is anytime I come to an idea, a subject, a position that I hold, and I'm like, this is true. This is right. I am in the right here. There is no other opinion that can be right other than mine, I have to tell myself that there is somebody else who thinks the exact opposite as me, but feels exactly the same way that I do about my position. That there are people out there who have the complete different perspective, complete different opinion, and the exact same level of an intensity of belief that they are right and they hold the right opinion. That causes me some introspection. And so I look at that and I say, how in the world can, we say, how in the world can that family support this killer? Saying, well, right now, he's innocent until proven guilty. I believe he's guilty, but the family may just as strongly believe he's innocent. Buster does have a magnificent head of hair. Maybe he should grow out his luscious locks and then donate them to Locks for Love or something. Buster's carrying a folder. I bet he went over his testimony for today. Rachel Wood, good eye. I did not even see that. I was not watching. I was doing my work on my screen here. I apologize for that. He is on the defense list for a witness, so he may be called. It would be interesting if he's called first. It's more likely that he'll be called in if they have a small window of time. I don't think he's going to be a really long witness. First of all, he wasn't there at the crime scene, and he's going to be asked a bunch of questions that are really going to be hard to sit through. Did you know your dad did this? Did you know your dad did this? Do you know this? Did you know this? I don't know how much they're going to object to that, but or how much the judge will allow that in. But he's going to be asked a lot of questions that will put him in a tight spot. My husband is 6'4", and his one step is 2 of mine. Yeah, I don't. It doesn't matter how many steps he has. We've seen Paul Murdaugh was a big guy. He was not the guy that was hitting the gym on a regular basis. That was just all about fitness and everything. When he wanted to go somewhere, he'd ride an ATV. He would hop in his truck. He had some size to him. I don't see him really being the sprinter. So even if he ran that distance, that 44 feet or so, that I just don't see. Was it 48 feet? I forget. 24. Yeah, I think 44 feet is what I conservatively guessed at. I don't see how he can do all that in 17 seconds and get back and make the phone call in his car. I still think that Buster still thinks that Alex is innocent. Buster has papers. Does he always walk in with papers? No, I believe Lady Red, I think that's the first time. That was a good eye spot in that. Did he really check for a pulse on Paul? Christy, I have a hard time imagining he did, because he said he saw his brain sitting on the floor. And, there's some things that just don't go together. And having a brain removed from your body and still being alive are two of them. It just doesn't happen. Georgia Culture has come in with a vote. In my opinion, he did not check their pulse. He just tried to get Paul's phone. I heard one guy say over the weekend, and I wish I remembered who it was so I could give him credit. But somebody said maybe if this was something he had planned for a long time and had practiced in his routine, he knew what he was going to say and what he was going to do. Maybe his story was that he checked their pulse and that would account for any blood or something on him. Okay, so maybe he had that story lined up, but then did not actually do it. And so he defaulted to his story just in case there was blood on him. Cakespoo gifted 1 Recovery Addict membership. Thank you very much, Cakespoo. And let's see, Christy Busby. Congratulations. Thank you, Cakespoo, for that. And Christy, please take your seat. Remember, Alex Murdaugh said Paul would never walk. He made it seem like he was totally lazy. Right, Bella? He said that. We also heard... maybe this is more on the podcast that they went into this, but Paul had something wrong with his feet, that he had swelling in his feet, and it was actually painful for him to walk. So that would be why he would always drive his truck down to the kennels, which was not there. His truck was back at the house. If it wasn't for the snapshot video, it might be a perfect murder. I'm personally missing part of my brain, sir. I'm very much alive, I assure you, says Mutt. You are doing well, and have a high IQ as well, Mutt. Let's see. New subscribers, please remember to turn gift membership on. You never know. Fingers crossed, says Samantha Terry. Yes, this community is extremely generous. And so if you do want to become a member and financially that is not in your budget, the best way to possibly do that is to go you click I think you click the join button, and in the window that pops up on the top right-hand corner, has to be on a computer. You click the 3 dots, and you can change the gift settings for the channel, and you make sure that the switch is moved to the right or turns blue, and that turns on. And then if there are gifts given out, you're in the running for it at least. Kelly, welcome. Good to have you as an addict. Holy cow. 6,160 addicts subscribe to the channel, but it wouldn't be the same without you here, Kelly. That is awesome. It would be so normal to have blood on yourself if you checked your wife and son's condition. Having no blood is sus. I think his story was that he checked them, but he never did. So no blood because he changed and washed. Rosie from Tucson says, methinks there is a hung jury, liar, liar, pants on fire. Christy Busby, today's my birthday too. Happy birthday, Christy. And you won a membership. That is awesome. And Emmy Boo, you were gifted a membership as well. He had to say that to explain his fingerprints on Paul's phone. Let's sing happy birthday. Cakes Boo, when we sing happy birthday, what it actually turns into is just me singing happy birthday. Chat's not on screen. Whoa. All these chats have not been on screen. I love that I got tagged 3 times. Sorry about that. The chats are in stealth mode. I apologize. The chat comment you answer isn't showing on the screen like usual. I'm sorry. I should look that way more, or maybe figure out how to get this over there. So I just have to look one direction. I'm actually looking away from the screen that has everything happening, but it makes it look like I'm looking sort of towards it, because if I look over here, it looks like I'm looking off the screen, off the TV. So it's a dilemma. I don't know where to look. Thank you for letting me know about that. Happy birthday, Chrissy, for sure. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I'm not sure what just happened there. Can we wish Christy Busby a happy birthday? We sure can. Hung jury seems probable. I'd be most surprised by a conviction either way. Yeah, we got it. We got it. It's back up now. I apologize. Who do you think the first witness today will be? I think it will be Rockin' Dawkins. I think it's going to be an expert witness. I think it's probably their most expensive one, because they had to fly him in. They don't want to put him up in a hotel for a long time, but probably their most expensive witness is going to go first. The mob crew did a reenactment of 17 seconds it took to search the bodies, and it took 37 seconds. Grumpy Cat, I watched that. I think the reenactment was the shooting. They reenacted the shooting using some mannequins and sort of like a drone down view. And thank you for all those who linked that to me. 37 seconds to do both of the shootings. I think I did not see a reenactment of the search. If they did, I have not seen that part yet. Let's see. Look into our eyes, says Allie. I can look right at you, and I can stare right into your soul. Let's see. Hip Hop Flip Flop, good morning. Good to have you here. Bella, good morning. 80s Music Man is here somewhere. I saw his tag there. Okay.
All right. Court is now in session. Judge Newman presiding.
Yeah. I like it.
Please be seated.
Alex stole it.
Okay, I'm going to turn the audio down just a little bit because testimony's going to start. I know we want to try to focus on that. Give me just a moment.
I have 2 issues. I don't know if you all have something. First, we have a juror who's not feeling well and who is at a doctor's appointment. Juror number 441.
Not the foreman.
The juror's not here. We will need to replace that juror with an alternate. As I understand it, this is a juror who took the place of another juror.
And now what Murdaugh stole it.
took place of 220. Any comment, state or the defense?
Court's indulge just one moment.
There's only 2 left.
Your number, I apologize, Your Honor, 441.
Look at these files they have on
Maybe
people.
someone heard it from your side.
My question would be, has she indicated she's too ill to be here, or
It's
she's
a her.
gone to a doctor's appointment and could be here by?
Not feeling well. They have doctor's appointment. I haven't spoken with the juror. This note came from someone. Did it come from the clerk's office?
I believe the jury coordinator.
From the jury
Coordinator passed this note on. I'm going to turn it up just a little bit because the judge is a little quiet this morning.
Sorry, I don't have to pull out documents we hadn't really looked at in 4 weeks.
Can you have the juror coordinator come up?
Looks like Buster is sitting on the Andro now. Maybe he will be testifying today. Alex's brother as well. Okay, so this is interesting. What they're doing right now is they're going over their forms. During the jury selection, they chose people who they thought, as they, answered the question, went through the questionnaire and asked them all their questions during selection, that they chose people they thought would be the best to present to, that they would be able to sway, or that would be open-minded, or that would, give them a favorable result.
No objection to replacing her.
Let's see if the state wants this one.
Your Honor, that's fine with proceeding if that's the court's desire to proceed on. Certainly, I don't have any objection either.
Proceeding as opposed to what?
I mean, if she's at the doctor's appointment. I don't know if that was something that would keep her out for a while. That would be the only thing. But obviously, she's not here and not feeling well, so that's why we have the alternates.
And Your Honor, and I know you were going to tell the
Here we
jury,
go.
day 21, and we'd like to not be doing day 31. And if this delays it, we sit here and wait to find out what her health condition is. It might go on for a while, so we'd rather go ahead and proceed.
All right, Madam Jury Coordinator, what?
Your Honor, can I make a statement right quick?
Yes, sir.
We think the defense will be rested. We will rest our case
Before the end
by
of the
Friday.
week. Yep.
Probably
Yes.
late day Friday. And then, I don't know if the state has any reply, but we're looking at finishing early next week. I don't know if it makes sense to notify the jury of this anticipated schedule, and if that creates, that we know we're going to lose some people if they're aware right now that we may be finishing early next week and we'd be coming up short. I just don't want to come up short. That's
All right.
What are the odds we lose 2 more jurors during this week?
Of course, that's all predicated on cross-examination and reply.
Ms. Sherry, did you receive a call from a juror or some communication from the juror?
Yes,
Tell us about it. Stand and tell us about it.
Ms. Cindy, the clerk down in general session, she took the message, and they said they weren't feeling good this weekend, and that he has a doctor's appointment this morning.
All right. So it's
They weren't
same
feeling well
as the
this weekend.
other
They have a
juror
doctor's appointment this
who,
morning.
Ended up in the emergency room, and we replaced that juror.
Wow.
So
I don't. This Judge Newman seems pretty.
So we now have, we'll need to select by lot the next juror. We have 3 alternates. Out of the 3, we
he doesn't
need
seem like he has
another
a huge
juror.
ego,
Any objection to
but I
the
think
clerk
he
randomly
expects
pulling out
respect.
the number out of the box?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
See who we have.
Morning, Matthew. Good to have you here.
Tell us who it is, juror number.
Juror number 530.
5:30. Urgent care in South Carolina. Yeah, that involves crossing the border. TW. Nah, just kidding. They have urgent care as well.
All right, juror number 530 will become part of the regular panel.
This is crazy. There are only two more.
Secondly,
alternates.
I've been receiving over the past 2 to 3 days emails concerning a social media post by Mr. Griffin commenting upon witnesses' testimony and
Mr. Griffin,
quality of the investigation by the state. And it appeared on my Twitter feed this morning.
Mr. Griffin's been the subject of a
Mr.
couple.
Griffin, is this part of your defense strategy, or?
Your Honor, all I did was retweet an article that was published in the Washington Post. I didn't put any comment. I didn't make any statement. I just retweeted an article that's in the newspaper. That's all I did.
You know, we had an NBA player who retweeted an article, professional basketball player who retweeted an article that resulted in him being suspended from the NBA for about 10 days and cost him about $10 million in salary. So retweeting is the same as, to some, as if your tweet. It appeared, I didn't know that, well.
I'm looking for his tweet somewhere.
I mean, I'm not a Twitter friend of yours, but it just appeared on my, under Twitter. First thing up this morning was you. You know, we had the lawyer who had a similar name to, a person with a similar name to our lawyer witness, and it was someone else by the same name. In your interest, your instance, it's your name and your picture. So,
I did retweet the article, no question about it.
Yeah, well, I've been reviewing Rule 3.6 regarding that, and whereas the rule does not specifically state that lawyers are prohibited from criticizing
lawyer who is participating
during the course of the trial
shall not make extrajudicial statements that the lawyer knows or reasonably should know will be disseminated by means of public communication.
I think it goes against the spirit of the law, of the rule, and it doesn't pass the field test. So that's, to quote Judge Keinerd, it doesn't pass the field test. So you should not post or repost anything that
he's going to delete it.
Give me or the general public, or hopefully never land in the hand of a juror who, you know, the jurors were instructed not to discuss the case, and you know, obviously that did not extend to the lawyers, but it's not a good practice, and it could easily lead to modification of our rules that might specifically address something like that. So I'll leave it at that.
I understand, Your Honor. I will not retweet anything or tweet anything until this trial is over.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hold him to that.
Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, you may bring the jury.
Okay, so the rule says a lawyer who is participating or has participated in the investigation or litigation of a matter shall not make an extrajudicial statement, that means outside of court, that the lawyer knows or reasonably should know will be disseminated by means of public communication and will have a substantial likelihood of materially producing an adjudicative proceeding in the matter. Adjudicative proceeding in the matter. So you shouldn't say anything outside of court that will be played publicly that could affect how court goes on. So, notwithstanding that, they are allowed to do information on a public record. scheduling stuff, request for assistance, obtaining evidence, things like that. So yeah, it does sound like he broke the spirit of that rule. That's Rule 3.6 in South Carolina called trial publicity. Ignorance is no excuse. Bad, Jim, bad. No donut. Good morning, Your Honor.
Day number 21.
19 for us.
Now the defense's case. As you all might know, one juror is missing, absent, and that juror has to be replaced, and that juror is being replaced by juror number 530. Juror number 530, nod. 530. All right, juror number 530, you're one of the first 12 now. Participating member of the regular jury panel. And we'll press on with our case, and hopefully we'll not have much more attrition.
Hopefully, there's only 2 more.
It's understandable the longer this case goes. We'll proceed now with the defense's case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense will call Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Jr.
Buster's up.
Also known as Buster Murdaugh.
Raise your right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give
Want to
today
hear
will
his
be
voice.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You'll have a seat up on the witness stand. Adjust your chair and your microphone. And if you'll state your full name and spell your last name.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Jr., M-U-R-D-A-U-G-H. I go by Buster.
Mr. Murdaugh, is your father sitting over here at defense table?
Yes, sir.
Matthew's a question.
Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where you born? Where you raised? Where'd you go to school?
Right. So my name is Buster, 26 years old. I live in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. I was born in Savannah and lived in Beaufort for about 2 years when I was a little child. We moved to Hampton in about 2000, and I grew up in Hampton, went to Wade Hampton High School, and after high school I went to a small college in Spartanburg called Wofford.
Is your mother Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And your brother Paul?
Yes, sir.
When you moved to Hampton, do you remember how old you were when you first moved to Hampton?
Three or four.
Okay. And did you live in Hampton in a house in the city limits?
Yes, sir.
The town limits?
Yes, sir.
And you did that with your mom and dad and brother for how long?
For around 20 years.
Right. What schools did you go to coming up through in Hampton County? What did you go to grade school?
Went to Ben Hazel Primary School, Hampton Elementary School, North District Middle School, Wade Hampton High School.
Okay. And as you were growing up, what were your interests, Buster?
Sports, playing sports, doing things outdoors, hunting, fishing.
And was your father involved in those interests with you?
Yes, sir.
And was your mother also?
Yes, sir.
And in what way?
Well, my father coached every Little League team I played on up until I started playing for the schools in which had a coach.
And what about Paul? What were his interests growing up?
Paul's interests were outdoors, mostly. Hunting, fishing, playing around in the woods.
Right. Did he also play sports at times?
He did. Yeah, he played basketball and baseball.
Did your dad coach him as well?
He did.
And would your parents attend all of your and Paul's sporting events as you're growing?
Every game. And it was a rarity for them to miss one, and then if they had to, they would call and explain. And
right. And at some point in time, did your parents buy this property off Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember roughly when that was?
Right around 2012, I think. I would have been a sophomore in high school.
And when that property was first purchased, did you move out to Moselle, or are you still living in Hampton?
So we had a house in Hampton and also purchased the property at Moselle, which had a house. And for the beginning stages of owning Moselle, Hampton was still working as our primary residence. But I believe it was Hurricane Matthew, or one of the hurricanes came through and blew a bunch of pine trees over on the house. So it had to get work done to it. And from that point, we moved out from Hampton to Moselle while the house was getting fixed. And more or less, it just kind of, it never transitioned back to Hampton. It just almost like Moselle became the primary residence.
And during this time, did your family also have a house at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
How frequently would you stay at the house at Edisto?
Very frequently during the summertime.
Okay.
Almost every weekend.
And when your family essentially relocated to the Moselle property, making it primary residence, were you still living at home in high school, or do you remember how old you were at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jim. Will you say that again?
Were you living at home at that point in time? Was that while you were still in high school, or
yes.
School? You remember when you transitioned to Moselle and started staying there basically full time during the school year?
So when I was still in high school, we were living in the Hampton house, and then I'd gone off to college.
Okay.
Which is when the stuff happened, and they moved out to Moselle. So yeah, I was living at college.
And when did you go off to college?
2014.
Okay, so sometime after around 2014, family relocated to Moselle for the most part because of the hurricane damage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about the Moselle property. I know they've heard a fair amount, but I think you probably know it better than anybody.
Yeah, so the Moselle property it's roughly 1,700 acres, and a lot of that is really not even accessible. It's a lot of swamplands, a lot of stuff that you just, no road systems or anything like that, but a big portion of it is has road systems and everything, and it's a big property. It's broken up into several different parcels that border each other, and we have
the things that border each other. I mean, just
20 some odd deer stands, dove fields, duck ponds, just all over the property. So,
what type of hunting did you and your brother and your father do at Moselle?
Everything: deer, duck, quail, dove, hogs.
You have a duck pond?
We have a duck pond.
Okay. And the hunting was, did you have a lot of friends come out and hunt as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the jury has seen
now, but Alex is smiling.
Aerial view of the property, and there's a main house, there's shed, kennels, and then there's a house sort of right on Moselle Road. What do you call that house?
That's the cabin.
The cabin. And did you live in the cabin with friends over summers at some point?
I did. The summer of my sophomore year, after my sophomore year, me and two of my buddies lived in the cabin.
Okay. And who are those buddies?
Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And the so we can get more of this. We've heard about hogs and pigs on the property. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
About the hogs?
Yes, sir.
We had a lot of hogs, and if you don't know, hogs are very destructive to a piece of property. We plant food plots for the deer, plant the fields for the doves and the ducks, and they basically go through and ruin it all. So given the high population of hogs, we would frequently go out and hunt them, try to cut the numbers down a little bit.
Did What kind of guns did you have there at Moselle?
We had a lot of guns.
Do you have shotguns?
We did, shotguns.
You have 12-gauge shotguns?
12-gauge shotguns, 20-gauge shotguns, 16-gauge shotguns, 28-gauge shotguns.
Right. And how many type rifles did you have on the property?
A lot.
Can you just name some of them?
Yeah, 270 short mag, 7mm 08, 308, 243, 223, 300 blackout.
And what type of ammo did you keep on the property?
Well, I mean, all ammos for those calibers.
Sure. And where were the guns kept primarily?
In the gun room at the main house at Moselle.
And was there a pool table in the gun room?
There was.
Okay. Were there times when guns were left elsewhere on the property?
Yes.
Where else on the property would guns be left?
Well, just myself. I mean, I've left them up at the shed before. I've left them on golf cart. You used that day. Left them in a truck. I mean, guns would just
we just leave
not
them
always
everywhere.
find their way back to the gun room.
How about Paul? How was he with securing guns?
Not good.
What do you mean by that?
Paul left guns probably more on the property than anybody else, and sometimes sometimes he would use my gun and then he would leave it, and then I'd have to track it down.
Right. Did Paul carry guns in his truck?
He did.
Would he keep his truck locked up?
No, not all the time.
Okay. Did at some point in time you and Paul receive 300 blackouts for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember roughly, was that 2016 or 2017?
Sounds right.
Okay. And what color was your 300 blackout?
It was black.
And have you been sitting in this courtroom during the entire trial?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen a black 300 blackout. Is that yours?
It is. That is my 300 blackout.
Was that the one you got for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
And what color was Paul's?
Paul's was black and tan.
And when you say black and tan, what part was tan and what part was black?
So the receiver would have been tan, and and barrel would have been tan.
What part would have been black?
Stock, maybe.
Okay. And so
I don't think it was.
Yours was all black, his was black and tan.
That's right.
What happened to his that he got for Christmas in 2016?
His gun was apparently stolen, lost, taken. Yeah.
How do you know that?
That's just what Paul told me.
What happened to your gun after Paul's was stolen?
My gun became, what we would both use.
And did that create some confrontation between you two at times?
Yes, sir.
And why?
Well, kind of like I just touched on. So he would use it. He's not very good about putting it back where he found it. I leave it somewhere. I go back and, want to get it, and it's not there.
Did you notice, were you aware that Paul got a replacement at some point in time?
No, sir.
Well, you heard about that in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Trial? Okay. But up to that point, did you ever see Paul use the replacement?
No, sir. I've never seen a replacement.
So every time in your presence Paul was using a 300 blackout, which one would it be?
Mine.
There's, I'm not going to pull these guns out, Buster, but there's been discussion, and the jury has seen a 12-gauge Benelli with a Mojo sticker on it. Whose gun is that?
That's mine.
And what's Mojo?
Mojo is a brand of decoy. It's basically what it is it's, say you buy a wood duck Mojo and it sits on a pole, but the wings are motorized, so it's to replicate, a more alive duck.
And did you? Why's your Benelli have a Mojo sticker on it?
Because I bought a Mojo decoy, and in the box it came with a sticker, and I put the sticker on the gun barrel.
Boys put stickers on things.
So that way you know that's your gun.
That's right.
Okay. I believe the evidence in the case is that Mojo Benelli, when it was seized, was loaded. Did you frequently put the gun away loaded?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Knowing that I might need it again at any point.
Okay.
Just, put it back on the shelf. I kept the safety on.
Okay. And I think it was loaded with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch turkey load. Do you remember that you would load that gun with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch?
Yes, sir.
And why would you do that?
I do that because when I go turkey hunting, the goal is to, get the turkey close to you and shoot it in the first try. But if I were to miss and the turkey goes running away and I try to shoot it again, I put a bigger shell, larger shell behind the smaller one for that purpose.
Okay. And that's something you commonly did?
Yes, sir.
I've never heard of that before.
Did you ever load in a 12 gauge, 20 gauge, 28 gauge, a buckshot followed by a bird shot?
No, sir, I've never done that.
Have you ever known anybody to do that?
No, sir.
Do you know of any reason to do that?
No, I can't think of any reason to do that.
And specifically, have you ever loaded in any gun a buckshot followed by dry lock steel waterfowl pellet?
I have not.
You know anybody to do that?
No, sir.
You know any reason to do that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you ever seen any guns on your property loaded in that fashion?
No, sir.
Buckshot with some sort of bird shot right behind it?
No, sir.
The jury's heard testimony about goings and comings, which way you go in and go out at Moselle. How many entrances were there at Moselle?
2 entrances.
And will you describe the 2 entrances?
So the main entrance is pretty much straight out of the front door of the house. You would go down a dirt road and then you would come up on big brick columns, and that's what I refer to as the main entrance. But down by the kennels is another entrance, and that one is a little bit different. That one has the mailbox beside it, and those are the 2 entrances.
Okay. So let's talk about coming onto the property. Which entrance coming onto the property would your mother normally take?
I would say normally everybody took the main entrance, unless that there was a reason that you needed to go down the other one, which for her reasons of going down the other one would be the mailbox, and also when we got packages delivered from Amazon, they actually would go to the shed as opposed to the house.
So your deliveries would go not to the yellow or whatever white house that you lived in, but down at the shed?
That's right.
Okay. Now, leaving Moselle, the property...
I didn't live in a yellow house.
Which way would you, Alex, your mom, Paul normally go leaving Moselle?
Out of the main gate.
Okay. And if you're going to Alameda, which way do you turn coming out of the main gate?
To the right.
It's shorter by a mile or 2.
In 2020, 2021, during the summer months, where did your mother prefer to stay?
At Edisto.
And where were you staying, say, in the spring, summer of 2021? Where were you living?
Spring, Moselle.
And then summer, where'd you move to? Or...
I was down at Edisto a lot in the summer.
Okay. And then, and where was Paul living in the, say, spring of 2021?
Is he saying spring of 20 or 21?
21. Now, maybe I said the wrong thing. In the spring of 2021, where were you living?
Spring of 2021.
Did you have an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, I did have an apartment in
You
Columbia.
split time between
Little leading the
Columbia
witness there.
and Moselle? And
Let me help you
Yes,
out.
sir.
We know where the
And
answer
you have
is.
a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the summer of 2021, well, in June, where were you living?
Between Columbia and between Rock Hill.
Okay. And who lived in Rock Hill?
My girlfriend's mom.
And then in the spring up through June of 2021, where was Paul living?
In Columbia.
He had an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, sir.
And was he enrolled at University of South Carolina in the spring of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then once school got out, do you know where Paul relocated to? Anywhere?
No, not exactly. I know that
The cabin.
I think he went down to live with John Marvin. He was working for him for the summertime.
And who's John Marvin?
My uncle.
And what kind of business does John Marvin have?
He has a rental business, and he sells Kubota tractors.
And where does he have store locations?
One in Okatee, one in Hampton.
And was Paul working at the Okatee location?
Yes.
Buster's older.
Backing up,
Buster's
did
ID
you
was
and
used for Paul
your
to
dad
get
and
alcohol.
mother and brother Paul do a lot of things with your mother's family, the Brandstetters?
Yes, sir.
What type of things would y'all do?
Well, we'd gather every holiday, and other than that, we would do trips together. We would go down to Key West, go over to my Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart's lake house, river house, just
right.
stuff like that. Take trips, family trips.
And I'm just going to pull up on the screen, Doug, Defendant's Exhibit 122, which is in evidence, Your Honor. And Buster, take a look on the screen, and I believe your Aunt Marion testified about this. Can you tell the jury what this photo is?
This is a photo of me and my brother and my mom and my dad.
And was this taken in, I think, May 21? You were up for a baby shower, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And where was this?
So this is this is at Lake Kiwi in a community called the Reserve.
Okay. And y'all are visiting with whom?
With my aunt and uncle, Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart.
And for what purpose?
For my oldest cousin's baby shower.
All right. And was events like this unusual or
No,
fairly
sir.
frequent?
They're common.
And was your father close with Maggie's dad, your grandfather, Papa T, as it's been heard in this, it's been known in this courtroom?
Yes, sir, he was.
And what kind of things would they do together?
They would do a lot together. For a long time, there was my grandfather had a camping trip, and Papa T frequented the camping trip. He liked that. Dad and Papa T would go to Carolina sporting events together, play golf together.
And did you spend a lot of time with your dad and your grandfather, Papa T?
Yes, sir.
You play golf with him?
Yes, sir.
We'll get to that a little bit. And let's talk about your dad's side of the family. Was it a close-knit family?
Yes, sir.
And your grandfather, your dad's father, his name was what?
Handsome.
Handsome. And that was a nickname, I take it?
Yes, sir. It's what grandchildren called him.
Everybody?
Well, it started as grandchildren called him, and then all of our friends started calling him that.
But that was Randolph Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And then your grandmother's name, Libby?
Yes, sir.
And they live close by, is that correct?
That's right.
Where do they live?
Alameda.
Buster's coming off pretty
in relation to,
honest and likable.
I guess Hampton.
And it might be hard for the state to do some
straight
serious
down
questioning of him.
278, like you're going to Yemassee.
They get aggressive.
And how far away is it from, say, the law office of PMPED to your grandparents' house?
Right.
Roughly how far is that?
10 minutes.
Okay. And how far of a drive would it have been from your house in Hampton?
I mean, roughly the same.
Right. And you know roughly how far of a drive it would have been from the house in Moselle?
Probably more like 20. 25 maybe.
And did you and your mom and your dad and your brother Paul spend a lot of time with the Murdaugh side of the family?
Yes, sir.
And what would y'all do together?
Similar stuff, obviously gathering during the holidays, various things like that. We would take trips with that side of the family as well. You know, get out everybody, rent a big house, you know, meet up on the water on the weekends, just
Right.
a lot of stuff going on with that side of the family as well.
And so I guess let's go back and, well, let's identify on your dad's side of the family. Did your dad have brothers and sisters?
Yes, sir.
Who are they?
John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn.
Okay. And then John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn had children, did they?
Yes, sir.
So you had a lot of cousins?
Yes, sir.
And families would get together, those cousins and aunts and uncles?
That's right.
Okay. And was there property down on Chichessie that y'all would spend time at?
Yes, sir. That was the family river house, Chichessie.
And where is that located?
So it's located in Okatee, Waters Avenue, off the Chichessie River.
Right.
It's pretty desolate.
The in the spring, in May and June of 2021, what was your grandfather Handsome's health condition as you knew it?
Not good. He wasn't in good health.
What do you understand his health problems to be?
I understand he had cancer, and I understood that, you know, he was having a pretty big battle with it.
And what was your grandmother? What'd you call your grandmother?
M.
Yes,
sir.
What health issues did she have in May and June of 2021?
She has Alzheimer's.
Okay. And would your dad frequently check on Handsome and M?
Yes, sir.
Would you go with your dad to check on Handsome and M?
I would occasionally go with them too. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what times of day would you go with your dad to check on your grandparents?
It could have been any time. Went over at lunch a lot of times. Went over in the evenings a lot. Just no real set schedule. Just kind of mosey on over there.
When would your mother go with your dad?
She would, not regularly, but she went.
Would Paul stop in and check on your grandparents?
Yes, sir.
Was that fairly regularly for something Paul to do?
Yeah, Paul would do it regularly as well.
When you would go with your dad in the evenings, and maybe it's not limited to the evenings, where would you park when you go visit your grandparents?
For the most part, just like an ordinary afternoon visit, park in, you know, the garage, the carport. But if we went over a little bit later, then we would pull around to the back side of the house and be able to enter through the back door.
Okay. And what's at the back side of the house?
So when you walk in the back side, it's like we call it a sunroom, but it's, you know, a dining table. It's got a TV in there, and then that is right next to the kitchen. And then if you're in the kitchen and you go to the right, then that's where my grandparents' room is.
Okay. Doug, if you could pull up page 38 from State's Exhibit 524, please. That's in evidence. I believe it is. Page 38. Yes. And that's page 38? So, Buster, this is from State's Exhibit 524, which is in evidence, which is the GPS data off the OnStar provided from General Motors. And can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what's that house?
So that's my grandparents' house at Alameda.
All right. And these these dots in the back, and I'm going to point to
So we can't see this, but
this line of dots just right next to the circle that Doug drew. Do you see them? They seem to be connected right here on the.
it's the far right, the end of the
Yes,
ones
sir.
all the way up there. There we go.
Where's that on the property?
So that's right off the back corner of the house.
Is that a place where you'd normally park to go in the back of the house?
Yes, sir. That is where.
Have you parked there yourself?
I have.
Have you seen other family members park there?
I have.
Is that a customary place to park when you go in the back door where the kitchen sunroom is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photos.
I agree.
Which
In
are
the south, we park on the
exhibits.
lawn a lot. If there are a bunch of people going over there, it's pretty normal.
130 to 136. And I want to ask you if you can just identify them. Don't show them to the jury, but just tell us what those photographs are of.
Okay, some new exhibits here coming in.
So these photos are of the area we're talking about, off the back corner of the house in Alameda.
All right. Your Honor, this time I move defendant's exhibits 130 through 136 in evidence.
No objection. They are admitted.
Thank you. So Doug, please pull up exhibit 133. And Buster, tell us what 133 is, please.
Yeah, so this is the back door entrance to where I was just talking about, to enter into the sunroom kitchen, into the kind of back quarters where my grandparents' bedrooms were.
All right, and if you'll pull up 134, Doug, please. And what's 134?
Same thing, same backside of the property, just a little bit of a different angle.
So the part of the house to the right of the photo, what's that?
Kitchen.
Can you see here?
Yeah, so that right there would be my grandparents' bedroom.
Okay, so that's in the evening, your grandparents would be in that part of the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you went to the
this is a nice house.
Garage entrance, what would happen? What would be required of your grandparents or some sitter to let you in?
Yeah, so you could go and knock, but a lot of times they're in the back part of the house and they don't hear you, so you normally call and say like, hey, I'm at the front, I need to be, let in.
I'm at the
And
front.
they'd have to walk from the back to the front, unlock the door and let you in.
But if you're in the back, how far is the walk?
Quarter of the distance it would be to walk to the, it's very short.
And was it common to go in the back door?
Yes, sir.
And is it?
I agree.
And then I'm going to show you exhibit 131. Please pull that up, Doug. So, Your Honor, can you step down off the stand and point to the jury where? So, Buster, step aside so that the jury can.
Whoever took this
you're not
picture
blocking their view.
did not even level the
I
camera
don't
out.
have a pointer, but
The trees are growing at an
can you
angle.
point out in this photo where you would normally park?
He's going to describe it here.
Yeah,
So
point
we'll
out to the jury where you normally park to go into the.
So you would park, right about here, coming right off basically the corner of the house, and this is the same stairway to go up to the back door.
So you'd park in the grass.
Yes, sir.
And near that satellite dish, or not near the satellite dish?
Yeah,
Objection.
Where would you park in
Bleeding.
relation to the satellite dish?
Yeah, right there close to it.
All right. And that was.
Now we object.
Now, hang on, Buster. I'm sorry. Come back. What's this structure right here?
That's what we call the cook shed.
And maybe and what's in the cook shed?
A couple couches, big TVs. That's mostly where my grandfather used to have a cookout on every third Thursday of a month, and that's where he would have his little gathering. It's just an open concept in there with a kitchen, TV, a couple couches.
All right. Hang on, Doug. You pull up 132 while Buster's still standing here.
Andy, this property was Alex's dad's property, and his dad had money too.
Buster, what's this structure to the right of as you're looking at the cookhouse?
That's an old shed.
Okay. Now, roughly, what's the distance between the cookhouse and the cook shed to where you'd normally park to go in the back door?
10, 20 yards, maybe.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and take your seat, please. Buster, how often would you speak with your mom and dad on the telephone on a daily basis?
Pretty much every day.
Right. And would you be with your dad when he's talking to your mother?
Yes, sir.
I guess can you give the jury some sense of how frequently, as a family, y'all would engage in telephone conversations daily?
Yeah, it was very frequent. I mean, I spoke to my mom every day, multiple times a day, and the like for my dad and for my brother too. And that's just me. And I know it's like they're all talking to each other too. Just a lot of conversating throughout the day over the telephones within the family.
Okay. So, Doug, I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 520, which is in evidence, and this is the Murdaugh extended or extensive timeline, not the condensed version. State's 520, and if you'll go to page 14, please. So, Buster, what I'd like to do, and this starts at 1:11:10 p.m. If you could blow up that first entry, Doug, and this is in evidence offered by the state, and I just want to go through some of these again. So, at 1:10, this document says Paul Murdaugh misses a phone call from Margaret Murdaugh, and then at 1:11:36, it says Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster, answered 1 minute and 22 seconds long. Do you have any independent recollection of this particular phone call?
No, sir.
Okay. But if you keep working your way down, at 1:19, Doug, there's another entry. It says Paul Murdaugh makes an outgoing phone call to Mom. Do you see that? At 1:19.
Yes, sir.
And then if we'll go down to, well, so I guess let's just stop there. Is it frequent that your mother would reach out to you and Paul during the day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you'll go down to 1:41, please, Doug, at 1:41, 33 seconds. And you see Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster. Do you see that? At 1:42, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And then right before that, at 1:41, it looks like Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Alex and not answered. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then if you go right below that, it says 1:42:43, Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Paul. Now, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Well, anything unusual going on this day, or is this sort of how life was in the Murdaugh family?
No, this was This was normal. This was the way we communicated.
Okay. And then if you'll go to page 15, Doug, at the bottom at entry 1 minute 1:52:39 p.m. says Maggie Murdaugh makes outgoing phone call to Buster, answered at 1:19. So here's another call from your mother. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not unusual, was it?
Not unusual.
All right, then page 16, at 1:55:40, if you'll take a look, blow that up, Doug. Says Maggie Murdaugh received an incoming phone call from PA Alec Murdaugh. Answered 6 minutes and 18 seconds. And that was your dad and mom apparently talking, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then right below that at 1:56:18, there's some instant messages to you about some medication. Do you remember what this might be about?
Yeah, so this was about, I take a medication called Dupixent, which is a self-given shot. And I was up in Rock Hill, and I needed to get the medicine delivered to this address here on the screen.
Okay.
And that's what we were talking about. She was, calling the pharmacy to get it redirected to that address.
Normal day, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Doug, if you go to page 19 at 3:24:20 p.m. Excuse me, I'm sorry. 3:24:35. Alex Murdaugh receives an incoming phone call from Buster. 518 seconds. Sitting here today, do you remember what the phone call was about?
No, sir. I don't know specifically what it's about.
But just normal.
Yeah, just
day in the life of Buster Murdaugh.
That's right.
Talking to his parents.
Yes, sir.
If you go to page 24, Doug. At 4:42:56 p.m. See, that looks like at 4:42 your mother's calling you again, right?
Yes, sir.
Anything unusual going on?
No, sir.
And then if you'll go to page 26, Doug, at 5:16:25 p.m. And there's an entry that says Alec Murdaugh calls Buster Murdaugh. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Looks like a 6-second call. Do you remember what that might be about?
No, 6 seconds could be a butt dial. That would happen often.
All right, and then if you go down the bottom of the page at 5:21:11, looks like there's a 92-second call, which is about 5 minutes after what might have been the butt dial. It says Alex Murdaugh receives a call, Buster, answered 92 seconds long. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So are you returning your dad's call, you think?
Probably.
Okay. And I'll just carry through. If we'll, Doug, if you'll go to page 32.
I think we're getting closer to the time of
6:52:13 p.m., please.
No bombshells, Little Miss. I've just got Buster on the
Pull it
stand. Going through the timeline here.
Thank you. So this entry says Alec Murdaugh calls Terry Brandstetter, 412 seconds. Who's Terry Brandstetter?
Papa T.
And would your dad call your grandfather fairly regularly?
Dad. Yes, sir, he would.
So again, anything unusual going on the 7th for y'all to have all these communications?
No, sir.
And then we'll jump to Page 49, Doug. And if you go to 90858, and it says, Alec Murdaugh, iMessages Maggie Murdaugh stating, quote, going to check on M, be right back, close quote. Now, who's M?
My grandma.
And this is at 90858. And then at 91047, there's an entry that says, Alec Murdaugh calls Buster, and it says 60 seconds long. And that's at 9:10:47 p.m. on June 7th. Do you remember
That's
getting
the call
that
we
phone
needed
call?
to remember.
Yes, sir.
What did you talk about? What did you talk about?
Basis for the objection.
Hearsay.
Reacting to hearsay.
Pardon?
I don't open the door to anything else. I was reacting to hearsay.
Yes, sir.
I asked what the topic was, Your Honor.
Objection's overruled.
Yeah, don't say what your dad said. Just tell me what y'all talked about.
Yeah, well, we just talked about, like, hey, how you doing? And then he said that he was going out to...
What, hang on. Okay. I mean, I thought he didn't want to hear hearsay, but I'm sorry, Your Honor. Go ahead.
And he was just letting me know that he was going out to Alameda to check on them.
Okay. And was this a unusual conversation you had with him?
No, sir.
What was his demeanor in the conversation?
Normal.
Had it changed from any of the other times you talked to him earlier in the day on the 7th?
No, sir.
And would he on occasion call you when he was going to check on his mother, M?
He would, yes, sir.
Was that an unusual occurrence?
No, probably one of the more regular occurrences. We all usually would make phone calls like riding in a car. So when he was riding over, it's very common for him to call.
You can take that down, Doug. So just going through this extraction from, say, 1 o'clock until what we just talked about, 9 o'clock, we did either multiple phone calls within the family. Tell the jury about the cell phone coverage at Moselle.
Not great cell phone coverage. Didn't have a lot of service, especially around. So if you were underneath the shed, at the shed, it had a metal roof. It just couldn't get any service inside of it. It was spotty around the whole property, and it had honestly gotten bad up at the house. We had just put on a new roof. Roof was metal, and just kind of hindered a lot of the phone coverage out there.
Would it be unusual for your dad to leave his phone at the house when he was going down to the shed?
No, sir. Would.
Can't lead the witness.
No, sir. Would not be unusual.
Okay. Well, did your dad always have his phone with him when he was on the property at Moselle?
Not all the time.
Did your brother always have the phone on him when he was at the property at Moselle?
Not always on him. He would have it near him, but he's out there working on stuff and didn't always have his phone just in his hand or in his pockets or anything like that. Did
your father ever misplace his phone?
Yes, sir.
Was that a frequent occurrence?
It was.
How about your brother? Did he ever misplace his phone?
He did.
Was that frequent?
It was.
Now, there's been some testimony about Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Who's Bubba?
Bubba was our dog.
What kind of dog was Bubba?
He's a yellow lab.
Chicken killer.
And was he difficult to control?
He could be, but for the most part, no. He would listen to Dad more than anybody else. But also, we had a gun dog shot collar that we would put on him sometimes, and when he had that on, he was,
okay,
on his P's and Q's.
The switching gears, another topic. When your dad, well, let me just put it like this: how frequently would your dad take a shower or bath?
He could take them a lot, and he, working out there, if he goes outside and sweats a lot, comes back in and takes a shower.
Was that normal routine for him?
It was.
And did he sweat a lot?
Yeah, it's hot out there in the summertime.
Was he a lot bigger then than he is today?
He was.
How big was he?
Probably 6'4", 250, 260.
Right.
It's a big guy.
Excuse me, Buster, were you aware that your dad had a opioid addiction?
A little bit. I knew a little bit about the usage of pills.
What did you know about it?
I knew that either my brother and mom had found them at some point, and then told them like, hey, we found these, and I want to say the 2018 around Christmas, he went to a detox facility after Christmas, and that was my knowledge of it. Thought that handled it, and then there were a couple more times after the fact where they would kind of go into this finding pills, all that stuff, and then he did a few kind of like at home, just self-detoxed a couple times, and thought once he did that get off of them, but that was kind of my general knowledge about it all.
You thought he had beat it?
That's right. Yes, sir.
And when he was confronted about his pills, what was his attitude?
I don't know for sure, because I wasn't there when a lot of the confrontations happened with them finding the pills, but I mean, I've never heard anything. Just
how many were there?
Apologetic and
right.
Sorry, and would usually be his kind of regular kind of response.
How did your family handle disputes, like disagreements?
Duels?
Pretty, I mean, like adults, pretty civilly, talked about it and stuff like that. I mean, and it just depends on the dispute too. Like,
right.
Like I was a kid, I get spanked, stuff like that. It's not really a disagreement. That's just
once you're a teenager and college age,
right?
Any reprimand or disputes you've gotten into with your father, was it all civil?
Yeah, definitely civil.
Did your father show patience with you and your brother?
Yes, sir, he would.
Was there ever any violence in the family?
No, sir.
In February of 2019, your brother was in a boating accident, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Buster was older. He was going to school.
And I believe, where were you living at the time?
Moving
Columbia.
away.
Okay. And was he criminally charged eventually?
Yes, sir.
And what type of reaction was there to his involvement in the boating accident and his criminal charges sort of in the community in Hampton?
I would say a negative reaction in the community. The media spike kind of got going after it. There was a lot of articles in the media about our family and stuff like that.
And to your knowledge, was Paul being threatened or bullied on social media or anything like that?
Yeah, he was definitely being bullied on social media. Just people sending random messages, and I would talk to him. I know a lot of times he'd be walking down the sidewalk and a car comes by and they would yell some stuff at him. I knew he would go out in a bar and there's somebody that wants to talk about it and make a scuff about it, whatnot.
Right. The
how old was Paul?
What was what was your mother's reaction to all the negativity of surrounding the boating accident?
It it kind of consumed her. She's big on reading all of it, and when she read the negative stuff, it made her feel upset and whatnot, and it ultimately kind of caused her to distance herself from Hampton. At this time, primarily living at Moselle, she quit going to the grocery stores in Hampton, quit going to the pharmacy, quit going to get food in Hampton. Just thought that there was a real.
She quit cashing
bad,
large checks.
Kind of a bad vibe in Hampton. Like she
Right.
felt like people were staring at her and talking about her and stuff.
Where would she do her shopping?
She moved over to Waldoboro and started going over that way.
Right. Were you sued in the boating accident?
Yes, sir.
No response.
He's
With
like,
regard to relevance, Your Honor, it's civil litigation about the boating accident has been a big part of the state's case. He's a party to the litigation.
the judge is going to agree.
Overrule the objection.
Yep.
Were you sued?
Yes, sir.
Was your dad sued?
He was.
Was your mother sued?
Her estate became sued.
But before she was murdered, had she been sued?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
Maybe.
And do you know if Paul had been sued?
No, I don't know that he had been sued.
Okay. Well, was your mother anxious about the civil lawsuit?
Yes, sir.
What was her biggest
Somebody's
concern?
trying to get dressed behind Alex.
I would say her biggest concern was reading articles after
it's cold there.
Mark Tinsley had made a statement about how much money he was wanting to collect in the civil lawsuits, and I think it was to the tune of like $40 million or something like that. He was trying to get, and
allegedly
that made her anxious.
The guy Buster flipped off in court.
What was your reaction to statements like that?
Well, I mean, I knew what he was saying, but I mean, it's not, to me, it just didn't seem, I didn't think, well, I don't have $40 million, so.
Right. And was your dad anxious about the lawsuit, to your knowledge?
He didn't appear to be overly anxious about it.
I don't see Mark Tinsley in the courtroom right now.
What took priority, the criminal case against Paul or the civil case?
The criminal case.
Right. And did the family support Paul in the criminal matter?
Yes, sir.
He's leaning forward to try to talk to the microphone.
I mean that
it's a poorly designed witness booth.
His criminal case, because amongst the family, none of us thought that he was driving the boat. We thought he'd been
at the time of the accident.
That's correct.
And there was some dispute as to who was driving at the moment, or if anyone was, because there was some horseplay going on. Somebody might have hit the throttle.
Let's now talk about the weekends leading up to June the 7th.
Yes, sir.
And we showed the picture of the lake weekend where you were went up to Kiowee with the Proctors and the Brandstetters.
Yes, sir.
And then the following weekend, I believe, was Memorial Day. Were you with your family on Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And who was present?
A lot of people were present. I was there. My brother was there. My mom, my dad. My brother had some friends staying with us, and those were the people sleeping there. And then people are, in and out throughout the day, throughout the weekend.
I mean, was it a fun family weekend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it a normal Memorial Day weekend at Edisto with your family and friends?
That's right.
Okay, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 123. And I want to get you to identify it, Buster. Don't just say what it is, please.
It's a picture of my mom and my dad and I on a boat.
Is that Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we moved Defendant's Exhibit 123 into evidence.
Go, Jason.
It's admitted.
Is this the photo, Buster?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe this same weekend there was a birthday party or cookout. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Doug, if you could play Defense Exhibit 61, please. It's in evidence.
I think that's a different boat.
And I want you to take a look at that.
Come on, Doug.
Thank y'all so much. Hey, thank you, baby.
And was that your mom make a cake for your dad?
Yes, sir.
And that was a group of friends. When's your dad's birthday? Do you know the exact date? It's not a test. You just say you don't know if you don't know.
No, I don't know the exact date.
It's around Memorial Day?
That's right.
Okay.
27th, maybe.
Then the following weekend, there was a baseball tournament in Columbia, correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that weekend. What happened there?
That was the weekend. South Carolina was hosting a regional baseball tournament, and me, my mom, my dad, and my girlfriend went to the baseball games.
And where was the game?
Columbia.
And it was a super regional or
regional?
A regional.
Yes, sir.
And what days of that weekend did you go to the game?
Saturday and Sunday.
Did your mom and dad stay in Columbia that weekend?
They did.
Or they stayed on Saturday night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did y'all tailgate with them on Saturday or Sunday?
Yes, sir. We did.
Okay. And was it a normal weekend?
It was.
Fun weekend?
Yes, sir.
And that Sunday would have been June the 6th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
And what'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone, and so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute. I was in shock, but eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2 o'clock in the morning.
And when you got there, did you see your dad?
Yes, sir.
What kind of condition was he in? What was his demeanor?
Yeah, his demeanor was, he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Could he speak?
Not really.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Who else was in the house? Do you remember?
Yeah. My girlfriend Brooklyn and I got there. Out in the driveway, my Uncle Randy and Uncle John were out there Chris Wilson and Corey Fleming had just gotten there. They had pulled in behind us, and when I walked in, several of the partners were there. Ronnie Crosby was there, Lee Cope was there, Mark Ball was there, Austin Crosby was there, William Barnes, my buddy Nolan was there. And I'm sure I'm leaving some out, but that's what I remember.
And do you remember how long you stayed there?
Stayed there several hours, probably 3 or 4 hours, till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
And where did you go?
And then we left Moselle and we went to Alameda.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
My girlfriend, my dad, and my Uncle John.
I know this seems kind of trivial, but what was your dad wearing when you first saw him?
Shorts, t-shirt.
Okay. And did you help him pack?
I did, yes, sir.
What did you do to help him pack?
Got his bag and went into the closet, grabbed some t-shirts, grabbed some shorts, grabbed toilet kit, put it in the bag and left.
Why were you doing the packing?
Just trying to help him. He was so upset. We were all upset, but just trying to expedite the process of getting to Alameda.
When you went in to pack your dad, was there a t-shirt laying on the floor?
I couldn't remember.
Did you get shirts from above the Where did you get the t-shirts from?
Got them from the closet, and there's like wooden shelves up on the wall, and I was getting the t-shirts from there.
Were there a lot of t-shirts on the shelf?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not one of the t-shirts fell on the floor when you were packing?
I don't know whether one of them fell on the floor or not, but certainly could have happened.
When you got to Moselle, were you able to get some sleep?
No, sir.
Did you go back to Moselle the next morning?
Yes, sir.
And who went with you?
Me, my girlfriend Brooklyn, and my dad, and maybe John Marvin. I don't know if he was riding with us or already out there separately, but he was somewhere in the mix.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I think we got there rather early. Nobody really slept, and about early in the morning, sun comes up. Just go back.
Did you take a shower and Brooklyn take a shower at Alameda, or did you do it over at Moselle?
No, sir. We slept tried to sleep at Alameda, and then we took everything back with us to Moselle, and we showered there.
Do you know where your dad took a shower that morning?
Moselle.
And when you went back over in the morning, do you know what your dad was wearing? When you were traveling from Alameda back?
No, not specifically, but I know that, I know what I packed, so it could have been any of that. It's just athletic shorts and t-shirts and stuff.
Okay. And after you got to Moselle, and I guess just carrying the days forward, were you with your dad? Well, how often were you with your dad once you got back to Moselle on the 8th?
Every day.
For how many days?
For a good while.
Okay, so let's talk about where you stayed on the night of the 8th. Do you remember?
Night of the 8th would have either stayed back at Alameda, or that's potentially when we made the transition over to John Marvin's hunting lodge.
Okay. Well, were you When you say we, are you including your father?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you drive together?
Yes, sir.
Was he pretty much in your eyesight for the first few days?
Yes, sir.
And so after the 8th, and then you come up on the 9th, a Wednesday, do you know whether you were at Alameda or spending the night at your Uncle John Marvin's place?
Yeah, I think at that point we had switched over to his place over at Greenfield.
Yeah, and you call it Greenfield. That's the name of his hunting.
Yes, sir. Just the name of the
Rick,
property.
thanks for becoming a member.
Property. Appreciate
the support.
Now, how far is it from Alameda?
To Greenfield?
Yeah.
A couple minutes. I mean, not
Close
very.
by. Close
yeah,
by.
right down the road.
And then, and do you remember how long you stayed at Greenfield with your dad?
Yeah, I mean, several days. And, I think anywhere from the 9th to the, probably that rest of that week through that weekend.
Yeah, on Thursday, June 10th, what happened?
Grandfather died.
So the family was together and stayed together?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever remember your dad disappearing for any periods of time?
No, sir.
Were you physically close to him most all the time?
Yes, sir.
Except when you were sleeping?
That's right.
And I believe the funeral for your mom and brother memorial service was on that Saturday?
Yes, sir.
And then that Sunday was a funeral for your father? Grandfather.
Grandfather, yes, sir.
And at some point in time you went to, did you go to Somerville at some point in time?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you went to Somerville?
Right, beginning of that next week.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 129 and ask you.
We discussed previously, we are objecting on the hearsay basis to 129.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I'm not introducing 129, I'm offering it to the witness to refresh his recollection. That's the extent.
All right.
But it's for ID. Buster, I don't want you to publish that, but I want you to, I want to ask you if that Defendant's Exhibit 129 marked for identification purposes refreshes your recollection as to when you left to go to Somerville.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury, what is that? What's that document you have in your hand?
It's a text thread between my girlfriend and I.
And does it have, so based on that text communication between you and your girlfriend, it refreshes your recollection, when did you leave to go to Somerville?
June 14th.
Okay. And looking through there, refreshing your recollection, how long did you stay in Somerville?
Stayed in Somerville until the 17th.
And then what do you remember doing after you left Somerville?
On the 17th, we left Somerville to go to Lake Kiwi.
And so when you were in Somerville from the 14th to the 17th, who were you staying with?
Staying with my grandparents.
And then
I don't fault
you
Buster.
went
He
to
doesn't come across as lying. He
Who did you go with?
Doesn't have the best memory.
Went with my dad and I, my grandparents, my aunt and uncle, and their children, their children's boyfriends, and that was it.
Okay. So you're with your dad from the night of June 7th through the Kiwi trip, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have a very similar memory. I forget things all the time, so I'm not faulting him for sure.
Lake Kiwi trip.
No.
At some point in time, you decide, I've got to go back to Rock Hill?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Remember roughly when that was?
No, I mean, I think it was sometime following all this, but I can't tell you exactly when I went back to work.
When you decided to go back to Rock Hill, you had a job in Charlotte, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any discussions with your father about your personal safety?
Yes, sir.
Did he make any offers to you?
He did.
What offers did he make to you?
He offered me to...
They want Alex to testify.
Basis for the objection.
Hearsay.
Hearsay. Self-serving hearsay.
Response.
An offer is not hearsay. It's an offer.
Yeah, the objection is sustained.
Jim did not like that one.
Did
They don't want to have Alex on the stand.
Did you take any security precautions?
No.
Did you want any security protection?
No, sir, I didn't.
Why not?
Well, I didn't want to carry a gun or anything like that, and I also didn't want like a private security detail following me around, just for lack of privacy. And at the time, the places that I was staying and the places that I were going, like I was staying at Rock Hill in my girlfriend's house, who has, alarm systems and security cameras and whatnot. And then other than that, I'm staying in hotels, which, I just felt.
Did at some point in time you and your father announce a reward?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 126 and ask if you identify this. If you can identify this.
Yes, sir, this is the reward.
It's a news release about the reward?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we've moved Defendant's Exhibit 126 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Can you pull it up, Doug? And if you could just pull out the top two paragraphs, please, Doug. Oh, you can't. Okay.
Doesn't know how to zoom in on a Word document. Come on, Doug.
Did you work on this language with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Change to the zoom.
Can you read to the jury the first two paragraphs, please, beginning with Alex and Buster Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. Alec and Buster Murdaugh announced today a reward of $100,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons who brutally murdered Paul and Maggie on June 7th, 2021. I want to thank everyone for the incredible love and support that we have received over the last few weeks. Now is the time to bring justice for Maggie and Paul. Buster and I, along with Maggie's mother, father, and our entire family, ask that anyone with helpful information immediately call the SLED tip line or Crime Support.
Crime Stoppers.
Sorry, Crime Stoppers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now there's in the body of this, there's a expiration date on this reward. What's your understanding of the purpose of having an expiration date?
I'm not real sure.
Okay. Well, you see it says, to be eligible, the person claiming the reward must submit the tip to SLED or Crime Stoppers by September 31, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm not sure who backed the reward, whose money that was.
What happened in September, early September 2021, Buster?
Talking about the...
Yeah, do you remember?
Talking about he looks over
your
at
dad
Yes,
went
sir.
off to detox, roadside shooting?
Yes, sir.
From that moment that your dad went to the hospital and went to detox, did he ever come back home to his property, his clothes, his belongings, to
No,
your
sir.
knowledge?
No, sir.
There's been questions about whereabouts are Alex's clothes. Can you tell the jury before he went off to detox where his clothes were? How many different locations he had clothes?
So, had clothes at Moselle, had clothes at Greenfield, had clothes at probably a few clothes at Alameda, had clothes at Randy and Christie's house, had clothes a lot of places.
You have clothes down at Chichesi or?
Yep, Chichesi, Okatee.
You have clothes at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
Do you have clothes in his car?
Yes, sir.
Can't lead the witness.
How many nights after June 7th, to your knowledge, did your dad spend at Moselle?
None.
How many nights after June 7th did you spend at Moselle?
None.
If he had clothes everywhere, why did he take clothes from Moselle when he left?
I'm gonna
the clothes that went missing that we've never seen before.
Snapchat video. Can you pull that up, please? Of the tree. Your Honor, this is the Snapchat video that's in evidence. I'll get the exhibit number for the record shortly. Buster, you recognize that shirt?
Yes, sir.
What kind of shirt is it?
It's like a, short sleeve button down shirt.
Is it a Columbia shirt?
No, it doesn't look like a Columbia shirt.
What color is it?
It's blue.
Okay. Did your dad have a foam green Columbia sports shirt?
Maybe.
Okay. Is this it?
No, this is blue.
Right. Did do you know if your dad ever ordered any Vinnie Vine or I don't know? Did he order clothes after your mother and brother's murders?
Maybe he ordered clothes, but he doesn't wear a lot of Vineyard Vines.
Okay. Have you ever seen him buy Vineyard Vine?
No, sir.
And you can take that down, Doug. Sometime in August, did you go with your dad where you played in a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. I went and played in a golf tournament, and he came and wanted to watch us play in it.
And what kind of golf tournament?
It's a golf tournament that a buddy of mine puts on in Somerville every year. It's called the Jasso Invitational. It's just a bunch of guys that are friends come together and play in a golf tournament.
And did you look up the date of that tournament before testifying today?
I did.
And what weekend was that tournament in August of, in 2021?
Yeah, it's the last weekend in August of 2021.
Okay. Do you know if you were in the, well, was there a house
did you win?
that Johnny Parker had that your dad kept stuff in?
Yes, sir. There's a small house in between Johnny Parker's house and my Uncle Randy's house. I think Mr. Johnny built it for his mom or mother-in-law or something when she
Marie.
was sick. But yeah, there's a little 2-bedroom
During
house
this trial,
right there.
all the witnesses are allowed to
Did your dad stay
attend.
there?
He
So
did.
not
He
invoked
did.
the
I don't know
rule
if
that
we mentioned
excludes
that
them.
as one of the places where there was clothing.
Yeah, that'd be one. That'd be another one.
All right. So there are a lot of places.
Yes, sir.
Were you there? Did you observe your dad talking to Blanca about anything of where you're getting ready to go on the golf trip?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not present.
No, sir. I don't think I was present.
Did you go in any other golfing outings in August with your dad, to your knowledge?
Yes. Earlier August of that year, we played golf down in Hilton Head with the people from the Trial Lawyers Convention.
Okay. Now I
think it's touchy-feely lawyer.
Have you been sitting in this courtroom since day one?
Yes, sir.
Once the trial started?
Every day.
And were you here when a video was played of an interview with your dad on June 10th?
Yes, sir.
And there was a question about whether your dad said, "I did him so bad," or "they did him so bad." Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize your dad's voice?
I do.
If you listen to it, would you be able to tell the jury whether it's I or they?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to pull up Exhibit 153, the clip.
Sitting there talking today, it's so bad. It was so bad. It's so bad.
I hear they.
What'd your dad say?
Every
Said
time.
they did them so bad.
Was that the first time you'd heard him say they did him so bad?
No, sir.
When was the first time you heard him say they did him so bad?
First time I heard him say that was the night that I went down to Moselle, the night of June the 7th.
Did he say that more than one time?
He did.
1 second, Your Honor. Let me check to see what I left out.
Couple more questions.
Just very briefly, Buster, you've heard testimony during this trial that your dad was stealing money from clients. Did
Yes,
you know
sir.
anything about that?
No, sir.
Okay. And just lastly, roughly how long would it take to
The state's
clean
going to ask that on cross too.
a dog run down at the kennels? 2 dog runs, for example.
Roughly, I'd say 10 minutes or so.
Okay. And what do you have to do?
You got to get the hose, turn the hose on, spray out the dog kennels. You got to, put the bed on top of the wooden box so the bed's not wet.
Now, what are you spraying? Dog manure?
Yeah, spraying, dog poop.
And it spreads out, and you've got to.
That's right.
I don't
Yeah,
hear
you
it
gotta
called
spray
manure very
Make sure
often.
it's all out of there. Spray it to the back.
All right.
Hell, that
Thank you.
sounds
That's all I have,
amazing.
Your Honor.
Okay, here we go.
We'll take a break now, ladies and gentlemen, for about 15 minutes. Please
Here we
go
don't
to
go.
the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Thal says, I'm still in the camp that the prosecution hasn't convinced me it was Alex pulling the trigger, so this really doesn't do anything for me. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they handle him. I just want to wait here and see if they're going to handle anything before. No, it's a 15-minute break, so we're gone. Okay, it'll be interesting to see how forceful they are with Buster. He testified in a manner that was very believable. His memory or lack of memory seemed very consistent to me, and it seemed believable as well for his age and what he was doing, and trying to remember dates and things. He's not very good with those. I can relate very much so. I don't think there was anything on there that it was a bombshell. It did seem like he's probably been over these questions at some point with someone, and the way the questions were asked, I did see several leading type questions. The objections started coming in towards the end, but I think they got him to say what they needed him to say. But even so, I don't believe they got him to lie on the stand. I believe that they wanted him to say it a certain way, and they got him to do that. I guess it helps with ones on the fence. Manure is cow crap, yes. Dog manure. What in the hillbilly heck is going on in South Carolina? I don't know. I think you have to feed your dogs hay to get them to produce manure. And good luck you getting a dog to eat hay. Carol Martin, can you do a brief catch-up, please? Carol, yes, we just started with the first witness for the defense for the day was Buster, Alex's son. A lot of this was just, I guess you could say, what's normal for the family type questions. So normal ways they communicate with cell phones, normal ways they text each other, and just how life was and where they had homes and where they had clothes and how they'd travel back and forth and they'd visit and they'd vacation and they'd talk and they'd hunt and they'd shoot and they'd do all these things together. That's it. It was just, this is normal. This is normal. And that line of questioning, although it was, long and sort of boring, it led right up to the time of the murders and into the time of the murder when Alex made the phone call to Buster, headed to Almeda, or not Almeda, headed to his, Almeda, the parents' house. Well, Alex is headed to the parents' house. This is after, according to the state, after the dad, Alex has murdered Paul and Maggie. He makes another normal call to Alex, and they just talk about, hey, I'm headed down here type thing. And Buster testified that nothing seemed different, that his demeanor, everything was normal. It did seem like he remembered that call a little better, but that makes sense to me, because immediately afterwards, it's last time he would remember the last time I talked to Dad, everything was fine, and now he calls me again, and so it makes sense that he remembers that call when he doesn't remember any of the other calls that were just hey, what's up, man? You gonna be home for dinner or type of thing. Yeah. So that's it. I think that was good to get out for the state. I think that was a little bit of a win just to show that the most of the things we've had questions about, we were curious about that call, that it was just normal stuff. It was normal family stuff. Alex is very clearly appears to be on the side that he supports his dad. He's not been asked the question. I believe the state may ask him if they believe his dad was involved, but I believe his answer would be that wholeheartedly he believes that he's not. That's about where we are. There were a couple. We did lose another juror this morning. The juror was feeling sick and went to the hospital or the doctors, and so we're down to 2 alternates with roughly a week of testimony left on the defense side. There may be some rebuttal witnesses, so that might take us early, probably 1, maybe 2 days into next week, and then it's on to deliberations. So we need to not lose any more jurors because we only have 2 spares. Spray and poop. Yes, that question right at the end, this is talking about cleaning the kennels. This involves using a hose to spray the poop that's on the cement floor of the kennels, because the kennels were cement floors. To clean that off, they would take the dog bed, lift it up on top of the doghouse, then spray out the kennels so the dog bed doesn't get wet, and basically just spray it off the back end. And apparently, eventually, I guess you'd hopefully clean off where it falls off the back. Otherwise, you just have a buildup of poop off the back side of the cement. But it seemed 2 kennels, 10 minutes. The kennels aren't that big. That seems like a lot of time. I bet 2 kennels, 5 minutes is my guess. I mean, not that I'm a professional poop sprayer, but if I were, I think I would do it faster than 10 minutes. I owned a dog kennel. You scoop poop first, then spray, says Katrina. I don't think they did. I think they just sprayed, which is lazy, I think. I think he knows his dad better than any stranger. I agree. The potato salad with spicy maple bourbon pickles. That sounds amazing. I wish I could have that for lunch. I don't think we have enough eggs. You need to have eggs in potato salad. You can't just have potatoes. Let's see. You're going to hear Buster say Alex is in kennel calling Bubba. And only that, I believe. I don't think we are, Marie. They did not ask him that. The state may play it for him because they said, do you recognize your dad's voice and what he said? The state may say, we've got another thing for you to play. If this is what you can do, can you tell us whose voice that is? And hearing Buster say, that's my dad's voice at the kennel. That would be impactful. Not that we don't know that. Everyone's already testified that's who it is. But I think hearing Buster basically validate that his dad had lied about his alibi. will be interesting. I think the state should do that if they want a powerful cross. He believes his dad. That's what it comes down to. I agree, Ivan. Why isn't Buster supporting who really killed his family? Supporting who really killed his family? I think the way our system works, Katerina, the witness doesn't get to just freely speak on the stand. He has to answer the questions that are posed to him. And so I imagine if Buster had his way, he probably would say more than what he said today. But he answered the questions that the defense asked. There will be more questions, and it's going to be redirected again. So he's not done. We'll see what happens here. Sorry, I'm slow here. I hope I didn't keep you up too late watching videos of the crime. This is how I know I'm addicted to crime and miss your channel. Michelle, I do appreciate you sending me that link. I did watch it right after you sent me, and it was great. Thank you. Dog poo is not manure. It's too acidic as far as I know, and it will kill the grass. You're right, Thal. The two shall not be mixed. And the fact that Jim calls it manure means he has no idea what manure is. Let's see. Shells, welcome. See, you just snuck in the back door. You're a couple hours late, but hey, you're here. So wonderful. Okay, Samantha. There are 2 alternates remaining. Right, so that's all we've got left. Buster did bring up the boat accident conspiracy. I don't think the state's going to go into that much. First of all, it's outside. It's not relevant. Yes, the financial implications that could have been on the family were relevant from that, but the actual who was driving bit, not relevant. At least, I mean, it is for the financial implications. There has to be some liability there, which means Paul had to have, at some point, or the dad had to have at some point been responsible for something that led up to the accident. But it's just more the financial side. I hope they don't go into that. They need to focus more on what the jury needs to hear to convict, as far as the state goes. That's what they need to do. And veering off into all the weeds and the side channels is not going to help. Good morning, Mags. Good to have you here. Been listening to Buster's testimony. It's been interesting. He presented very well. I'll say I believe that he believes what he says. So a truthful witness. He was able to witness every testimony given. Does it work that way in all jurisdictions? No. Maisla, no, this is in this courtroom, the judge and the prosecutors and defense, they have not asked the judge to invoke this rule where the witnesses are sort of sequestered from each other. They're not allowed to be in the courtroom when another witness is testifying. Usually that doesn't apply to an expert witness who often has to rebut some of the witness testimony or another expert's testimony. But typical courts, the family members would be allowed in. There would be exceptions to this, exclusion rule. In this case, all the witnesses are able to be in. They can listen to everything. That's just how they're running this court, and I believe that's the judge's discretion with the input from the prosecution and defense. But that's how this is running. That's why we see all the witnesses just stand up from the gallery, and they've heard everything. Yeah, I think it helps, Buster, to have heard all the other testimony, especially the points the state's been hammering on, the points of the parking in the back of Malameda, and saying, that was weird. Why didn't you park in the driveway type thing? And so knowing that, he can say, this is normal. Yeah, it does help him to hear that testimony. But in this case, everybody's heard the testimony. DMB says, it goes to show Jim's aw shucks country boy routine is really a routine when he says dog manure. Yes, the country boy would probably say a shorter word than manure, right? Let's see. He contradicted Blanca's statement about the type of shirt, in essence saying Blanca was mistaken. Yeah, but they didn't focus on that as well as they should have. I think there was one little statement about that, but to me it didn't stand out. I need to see the kennels. I can show you the kennels if you want. Let's do this. Let's go here. This is a LiDAR map. Let me just pause just for a second. This is a LiDAR map that's built of the kennels. This is the building we're looking at right here. This is the airplane hangar. Okay, this is the airplane hangar. Right here is the lean-to, sort of where this is where some side-by-sides could pull through and stuff like that, some farming equipment. We're looking across right here through the doorway, through these gaps, right underneath the word N in seen. That's the door that Paul was found in, the doorway to the feed room. The kennels are right there. They run from that door of the feed room all the way down to the end. Those are all the kennels. So we'll go in here. The kennels have a fence on them. The LiDAR doesn't work very well into that, so you can't really see how it looks. This is the feed room. We can go around the back. This is about how deep it was, and there's the back right there. So you can see on the back here, this is the dog beds up on top of the dog houses. So if you look on the right, just to the right of the window. So that's the dog bed up on top of the dog house. So this is the position they'd be in after they were cleaned out. There's the window there again. And there's looking back from over the roof over here. Oops, there we go. Okay, did that help? Those are the kennels. How old were Maggie and Alex when they met, and how did they meet? I think they went over that, but I don't remember the details. I didn't see it as pertinent. Carol says, thank you. List another juror. I hope they don't. Oh, lost another juror. I hope they don't have the nasty flu I have. Carol, hope you get over that soon. It's been a doozy for you, I think. Spray and poop sounds like a need to visit the doctor. Could be. CB testified to that a little bit as well, the ranch hand. Potato salad should always have egg in it. Yes, and pickle, and apparently spicy maple bourbon pickles as well. I thought the guy cleaned the pens before that at 4 p.m. Was that the night of the murders? Did he clean them that day? Because he only cleaned them like once a week or something, twice a week. Okay. Pam Jams, good to have you here. I see you sneak in the back door there. I want to know when we get to cross-examine the dogs, says Lal. You've still got to pin it on the four-legged friends. Okay. Trying to get all the questions here. If you have asked a question and I've missed it, I apologize. There's a lot happening in chat. If you can tag me, sort of like Thal did here on this, you can just type recovery addict in your question, or @recovery addict works as well, like that he did. It puts it in orange on my screen, so it just jumps out as I'm scrolling through. I don't intentionally try to miss any questions, so I do apologize. Just let me know and I'll try to reach it. Let's see. Okay. No violence in the family, but Paul was seen. Yeah, there's a video I think where Paul and his girlfriend had a spat. There's several videos I think where Paul is doing things that are not appropriate, whether it be age related or violence related. Thought Justin Willhat. Listen, me and Katrina worked it out. The labs took it out. They took out the rooster, then took out the family, all to keep the chickens in line. Still pinning it on the dogs. Let's see. This is witchcraft. Matthew Harris. No, that was just a slow motion replay machine. We've got it all set up for you guys. Trying to give you every possible view you guys need. The Forever says, their boat conspiracy involved a popular local young girl that got killed. Alex has made numerous suggestions that the locals killed his family as a revenge. Yeah, and he was saying that right in the first police interview after this all happened. Yes, CB did clean him. Like as soon as the cop arrives, he's like, "Oh, this all began with the boat incident. This is what it was." RA, was Coach Roy Williams at the basketball game you were at? Yes, he was, Carl. Roy Williams was there. How did you know? And better question, why was he there? Roy Williams is a bit of a legend in these parts, in the Basketball Hall of Fame, I believe. But he was sitting front row, just sort of opposite me. So, Carl, now I want to know what? How do you know that Roy was there? Let's see. David said he hosed the kennels two times a day. I thought it was 2 times a week. Alpaca Renee, because he had to leave the beds up until they dried and then put them back down. There's just, the beds would never be down at that point. Buckets washed out once a week. Okay, maybe I heard wrong. Have you tried the Oreo cookie and pickle? Grumpy Cat, I'm going to be trying that on the podcast this weekend. And you guys will all get to see, because I will not try it beforehand. I'm not going to cheat and figure out if this is good or bad. You guys watch and you'll see. Concert VIP, welcome. Can someone tell me how I can become a member? If you're on an iPhone or sometimes Android, it's a little bit difficult. It's easier on a computer, VIP, and there should be a join button. You can click that way. If it's not in the budget to join, and that's okay. You don't have to join to ask a question or participate in any way. But if it's not in the budget, you can go click the join button anyway, and then click the top 3 little buttons in the top right-hand corner of the box that pops up, and change your gift settings on this channel to accept. You move the slider to the right, and then if someone does gift memberships, you're in the running for that, and you could become a member that way. It just takes a little bit of luck on that way. 2 times a day, you heard wrong. Thank you, Banjo Jones. I stand corrected. Was definitely two times a day. All right. I thought week for some reason in my head. And that's good. That means they kept their kennels clean. And I don't like dogs being kept in messy kennels. The Murdaughs claimed they were worried for their safety from locals after the boat accident, yet no security was put in place. It seems the locals needed protection from the Murdaughs, Alex and Paul. Richard says, hey guys, on my way home, what did I miss? Well, you were at the doctor. Buster testified. He was on the stand. We're getting the cross exam as soon as we come back from break. So we'll have our first cross. It's going to be, I believe it's going to be touchy-feely lawyer that is cross-examining him. I don't think he's going to be touchy-feely with Buster. I just don't think it's going to go that way. Buster sort of looks like he can sort of hold his own. What? Oreo cookie and pickle? Yes, it was a suggestion that I committed to trying on the next podcast on Friday night. So we're going to do that. Blaming the community for the murders, but the drug ring Alex Murdaugh was involved in, and those in big money crimes would never murder, says Carol Martin. Where can I get a llama? I don't know. Where do you sell llamas? I mean, I guess you could probably go to like Craigslist and just put in llama breeder. I don't know. Tina, come get your food. He washed the bowls or something twice a week. Ann says, yep, I'm a member in spirit, so I don't have access to any desktop. How tall is Buster? I don't think he's quite as tall as his dad. I'd probably put him about 6'2". It wasn't CB who cleaned the kennels. Alec killed them, then changed clothes, then drove to his parents. When he came back after 911, he called everyone to go to the house to have many DNA mixed there. Lotus, the actual crime scenes, if you watch the body cam footage of the first police officer that pulls up, he shows up before anyone else has arrived. So the police are there, and they actually tape off the crime scene pretty soon. So yes, there was probably a lot of DNA at the house and around the area, but the crime scene itself was relatively clean, other than law enforcement, which there was a lot of law enforcement, both local and then SLED. The coroner jumps in there as well. You know, the thermometer guy, armpit thermometer. Their member lottos usually multiple times a day on Recover Addict channel. A lot of gifting going on. Yes, you guys are amazing for that. Do you think Buster will be uncomfortable with the cross exam? No, I don't think, Jennifer, I don't think he's going to be as comfortable as he was on the direct, where he was like, oh, pardon me, Jim, I missed the question. Can you repeat it? You know, the first name basis. They are, family friends. Jim was there at the house type thing. They knew the family. They're one of the people that came over when things went south and Alex started making calls. Davis specifically said he did clean the pens before 5 the day of the murders. Then he showered and was in his recliner. Yes, I like that. He was kicked back, taking it easy. Let's see. My brother's company was doing work on his house. He offered them tickets. I think it was a family member of Roy's that was playing. Carl, that is awesome, because some of the people that I was with were looking over and they're like, that can't be him. That can't be Roy. And they wondered why he would be here. And we were like, we're not sure if we'll
All
ever.
rise and come to order.
We're not sure if we'll ever know. And now we know. Carl, your brother's company was doing work on Roy's house and gave him tickets. A family member of Roy's was playing. That is awesome. Thank you. I will pass that on. Llama farms are a thing. Let's go back to court here so we can see what's happening. A friend of mine's dad used to breed them. I had a friend that had emus. I think his brother had some emus, and man, it's like part dinosaur. Have you ever seen those things? Their feet with those three-toed.
They bring the jury.
They'll get you. How do you play subject matter jurisdiction? Maisla, I've got it turned off right now, but normally it's SMJ, apostrophe SMJ, or sorry, exclamation point SMJ. I turn it off during the testimony periods of trial, so during lunch break or stuff, I'll try to turn it back on if you remind me. Always wanted an alpaca. Yeah, go ahead. If you've got some better answers, Matthew, please provide those. I only know what I know. Here comes the jury. My wrench. Doing his own sort of moderation on the channel. Appreciate you being here. Emus are like ostriches. I have an emu egg. It's a dark forest green. Is it like a seafoam green? Or is it more bluish, Carol? I did like that soundbite.
Cross-examination.
What's the time? I'll make a note of this. Buster's still on the stand.
Can I call you Buster?
Yes, sir.
I'm John. And I want to first off tell you, I am sorry about your mother.
I'm sorry, I can't hear him.
I'm sorry about his mother.
Well, if you step back a little bit, I can hear you.
And I'm sorry about your brother.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry about your grandfather.
Thank you.
He was nice to me when I was a young assistant solicitor. I'm sorry for your loss.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Now comes the hard questions.
I don't have any question for you, Buster.
Okay.
When you are leaving the main house, you told Mr. Griffin that the main entrance was the brick entrance?
Yes, sir.
But there's also a side entrance or by the kennels or
Yeah.
entrance exit?
Yes, sir. Okay. Just a totally different entrance.
And the mailbox was at the side entrance?
Yes, sir. The
kennel entrance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why was that? Do you know?
I don't know. I think it's just I really don't know.
Okay. I don't either. But the packages would come to, you said the kennel side?
They would come to the shed.
Okay. And a lot of times y'all would use that kennel entrance exit to go just like you'd use the main one, right?
Yeah, you would. I would say that I'm more so tended to use the main one, the one that I'd say is the brick pillars. But yeah, I mean, you could certainly leave either way.
If you were leaving the main entrance and you got down, you're leaving the house and you're going toward the brick, and then you know where it's kind of a Y where it kind of cuts off to the kennel too, right?
Sure.
So you go straight or left. If you were leaving at night going straight, and if you were looking out to the left and the lights were on, you'd be able to see the lights on at the kennel just from that little Y, wouldn't you?
Maybe, depending on what lights were on and whatnot. I mean, if it was fully lit up, maybe.
Okay. And just from that Y, instead of going straight, from that distance, you'd be able to, if the lights were on fully, you'd probably be able to see them.
Maybe, yes, sir.
Almeda, where your grandma and granddaddy were, Is that close to the, I think it's close to the law firm, isn't it?
Almeda?
Yes, sir.
Close to the law firm? I wouldn't say so. I mean,
How
anywhere in Hampton is close to anywhere in Hampton because it's not very big.
Fair enough.
But, I mean, it's a 10
Says
10
welcome
minute,
on both sides of the
12-minute
sign.
drive out to Almeda, I would think, from the law firm.
Just a second here.
I think, Mr. Duck, could you bring up 131? Can I ask him to do that? I know Mr. Harper been exposed to this. Mr. Griffin's witness.
Trying to get everything synced up here. Just one moment.
So you don't have to get, but you see, is this kind of where you said everybody would park?
So if you look, no, sir, you can. So if you look right off this,
You might want to come down here if
He's
you
getting
don't mind.
touchy-feely here. So the place he said they parked is to the left if you're looking at the top-down view of Almeda with the
so
dots,
if you look right over
the
here,
GPS location.
this is kind of what I'm.
It's to the left
feels
of
like
where
the back corner of the house.
the marks were.
And it would basically, you would come around. There's a big oak tree here. You come around it, and then you basically pull up, and you would probably stop the hood of your car right in, right off the back corner of the house.
So it'd be closer to here than over here.
Be about right in here.
So right in here.
Yeah, I mean, because you don't want to pull up super close to it. Yeah, be right out.
But there was a driveway paved driveway in here, right?
There is a paved driveway over towards the side of the house.
Okay, and really not many tire tracks. The grass looks good in here.
I don't know when these pictures were taken, but it's a little dead right there.
But there is a driveway, right?
There is a driveway.
Okay, you can have a seat back. Thank you, please. When did you first mention that to anybody about parking in the yard there?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, when did you first discuss that with anybody as far as where cars parked at your grandma and granddad's house? When was the first time you talked to anybody about that?
Couple days ago.
A couple of days ago? Okay. That's the first time you mentioned that?
Sure.
Okay. And then that would have been
Interesting.
after Shelley testified, right? Shelley Smith?
I guess. I don't really remember when Miss Smith testified.
Miss Smith. Did you bring that to somebody's attention, or did somebody ask you about it?
I couldn't. I'm not sure.
So the prosecution is basically alleging here by not saying it that he said, I can testify that that's the normal to park there, even though he had never said anything like that before.
I'm on cross. You testified that, how many times had you been there with your dad? I wasn't quite clear with your answers to Mr. Griffin. I'm not trying to be difficult, Buster.
I understand, and I can't give you an approximate number, but I mean, I've been out there with him several times.
And, would you always call? You said you called. Did you always call when you got there?
Yeah, I feel like most of the time you would call just to tell, because the ladies get nervous, if you hadn't called and they see a car pulling in the driveway, it's just easier to call and let them know, like, hey, we're going to be pulling around. Please unlock the door. We'd like to come in.
Had you ever been over there at 6:30 in the morning?
Have I ever been out there at 6:30 in the morning? Just like overall,
I guess.
Yeah, I've been out there at 6:30 in the morning before going hunting and whatnot.
And you called then also then, right?
Well, that was
going into the house.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I would just let them know, especially 6:30 in the morning.
Sure.
Okay. Your mom loved Edisto, didn't she?
Yes, sir, she did.
I love Edisto. She was actually getting some work done down there, wasn't she?
Yes, sir, she was getting some work done on the house.
And on this date, June 7th, literally there were people inside doing work that day, weren't there?
I think so.
Yeah. And her plan was to stay down there that night, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't know what her plan was.
You had, I think the last time you'd been to Moselle, you said was the spring, maybe a few months prior to this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you have to say yes for the court reporter, not for me.
Yes. Sorry.
And you talked to your mom that day on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And I think you had talked to Paul the last time on the 5th, if I'm not mistaken, June 5th. That's what you told him in one of the interviews.
Sure.
Okay. And Mr. Griffiths, to ask you about the financial troubles and that have come out here, you had no knowledge of your dad's financial difficulties at all, did you?
No, sir.
I mean, you really didn't.
No, sir, I really didn't.
And as far as you knew, financially, the family was sound.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went to Wofford.
I did go to Wofford.
Go Terriers, for the record.
Thank you.
But everything, as far as you knew, financially was okay. And when did you learn it wasn't?
I guess on September whatever that day in September was.
So back in the birthday, I guess for your dad, Memorial Day down at Edisto.
Sure.
Defense exhibit, and I apologize, I don't know what number it was just played.
This
I
is
believe
Cross.
Mr. Chris Wilson is hugging your dad.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's a family friend.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't know then that your dad owed Chris Wilson or stole $192,000 from him, did you?
I did not.
And I'm not saying that to be mean, but you really didn't know that.
That's correct.
Okay.
Didn't know.
And the boating accident that Mr. Griffin asked you about, that was pressure on the family, wasn't it?
I don't know that pressure's the right word. I mean, it's definitely an uneasy feeling. You know, your brother is criminally charged, and then you, myself, and my father have civil charges. I mean, definitely unsettling.
I mean, it caused stress within the family, didn't it?
He brought up his own charges.
It was stressful. I wouldn't say within the family, because I mean, you know, we supported each other.
Sure. And I'm not questioning that, but I mean, your mom felt ostracized?
Yes, sir.
She even more so wanted to stay at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
So the charges he was facing had to do with
the
ID, is that right?
I mean, you were a little frustrated with Paul yourself, weren't you?
In
Just
terms
as far
of
as using your ID and getting all that, and that case is over, okay?
Sure.
But I mean, you didn't like it when you used your ID yourself. And I'm not trying to go anywhere, Buster, but he'd use your ID sometime and you didn't want him to.
Mr. How many questions you going to ask?
I'm
Questions, comments, what's the question? What's the question?
Did you like it?
Yes, sir.
Did he used your ID, didn't he?
Objection, Brown. Objection's overruled.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
Did Paul use your identification?
Yes.
Did that frustrate you?
Sometimes.
Okay. You were shown the tree video with the shirt and the pants. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
When you saw your dad on the night of June 7th, what did he have on?
When I had made my way up to the house, he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
And who laundried his clothes?
At that period of time, would have been Blanca, and then my mom also does laundry sometimes.
But on a day-to-day, did Blanca take care of your dad's clothes, laundering, cleaning, folding?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Griffin asked you about, let me do that. You never went back to Moselle after this incident?
Well, I mean, after.
Or did you?
If you take June 7th, I've been back to Moselle since then, but I've never slept another night at Moselle.
And did your dad? Let's strike that. Big portion, don't it?
It's like he's lost where he's trying to get to. Team huddle on the prosecutor's bench. Give him a minute.
Beg court's indulgence. Did your dad try to get you to go hunting out there again one time, or suggest it?
He asked if I wanted to, and if I wanted to, that I could.
But you didn't want to?
No, sir. Didn't want to go.
That's all I have. Thank you, Buster.
Yes, sir.
Okay, they went pretty easy on him. Modesto is a beach property, I believe.
Buster, if your mother, when she went to Edisto and stayed for multiple nights, would she take Bubba with her?
Yeah, usually. She'd take a combination of Bubba and maybe another dog, Grady.
Okay.
She would take dogs with her, yes.
Right. And you understand Bubba and Grady were at Moselle the night of June 7th. Right?
I do, yes, sir.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything further? Thank you. They stepped down.
They were there, but they were getting work done at
Your
the
next
house.
witness.
So maybe take the dogs back to Moselle because of the workers going in and out. Buster got a pat on the butt from Uncle. Good job, man.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right.
Buster did settle on that
Testimony
case.
you're about to give will be the truth,
His
the whole
portion.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Go have a seat up here on the witness stand. You can adjust that microphone and pull it closer to you if you need to.
This is going to be an expert witness.
Your name for the record, and spell your last name, please.
Mike Sutton, S-U-T-T-O-N.
Let's hope he slept in the
Mr.
Holiday
Sutton,
Inn because they're going to go
what
hard
do you
on
do
him
for a
on the
living?
cross.
I'm a forensic engineer.
A forensic engineer. Now, what is a forensic engineer?
Well, the majority of the work that I do involves the investigation of accidents and failures in the field of legal questions, legal problems, court of law. So what forensic engineers do is that they collect data, collect physical evidence, they interpret the data, and then try to come up with what happened in an event, maybe what didn't happen in an event, or maybe try to limit the possibilities of what happened in an event.
Okay, and do you have educational background in this area, or have you been trained, or how about just tell us, first of all, where, as we say around here, where are you from?
Well, I was born in Hickory, North Carolina. Then I grew up in Cary. When I was young, family moved to Cary, which is right outside of Raleigh. When I graduated from Cary High School, I went to North Carolina State University, and I was in the materials engineering department for about a year. In my sophomore year, I transferred over to the mechanical engineering department. And so I was at NC State for my undergraduate from 84 to 88. And when I was a sophomore, I met an engineer, his name's Dr. Charles Manning, who owns a company still in Raleigh. He's passed away, but his company's still there. And Dr. Manning was an ex-professor at State. He's also an ex-NASA engineer. And I worked with him from basically 1987. Then after I graduated, I went full-time with him.
When you graduated with a degree in what?
In mechanical engineering.
Okay, and you were working with him?
Working with him, and I continued to work with him, and then I got a master's degree at North Carolina State University, also in mechanical engineering with a concentration.
This
in
is funny
acoustics
because
and vibrations.
my last job,
And
they called me
acoustic
a
and
systems
vibration.
engineer.
Correct.
Your master's, okay.
Yes.
And then what did you do?
Well, I worked with him as a consulting engineer, consulting forensic engineer, looking at all different kinds of accidents.
Engineer's
and
the
failures,
drinking
about
word today,
anything that
guys.
You can imagine. We do
Bottoms
a lot
up.
of motor vehicle accidents, of course, because there's so many. We look at structural failures, product failures, material failures, about anything that you can imagine. Basically,
Police investigation
if
failures.
there's anything that's based in physics, it's capable of being explained and understood.
And what
So-
do you mean by physics?
Well, physics are the laws that govern how things around us, how they behave. You can predict their behavior. If I drop a basketball off of a balcony, I can predict how long it's going to take to reach the ground based on all the different variables. So the laws of physics are there. It helps us figure out how things would happen. So I worked with Dr. Manning for a while until 2000, end of 2000, and in 2001, I founded my current company, which is based in Cary. It's called Accident Research Specialists.
What's the name of it again?
Accident Research Specialists.
He's up here
in
by
Cary, North
Raleigh.
Carolina. And we do the same thing. There are 10 engineers that I work with.
In the Triangle area.
And support staff, and we investigate, analyze a variety of cases for a variety
Good one,
of
Myra.
clients. Like I said, most of my work is related to either criminal cases or civil cases, and I do some consulting that's not related to courtroom issues, just straight consulting to companies.
You guys are all engineers.
Have you, from time to time,
I dub you
dealt
all
with shooting
engineers.
instant reconstruction?
Yes, I have.
And tell the jury what shooting instant reconstruction is.
Well, the shooting incident reconstruction, at least how I'm involved with it, I deal with what would be called external ballistics and terminal ballistics. So external ballistics are the flight of a bullet after it leaves a gun. A bullet leaving the barrel of a gun, it's going to be affected upon by gravity, air resistance. So that's just physics. And then there's terminal ballistics, which is what happens to a projectile when it strikes a target or an object.
And how many times have you been involved in a case involving shooting instant reconstruction?
I would say over the years, maybe 50.
Okay.
Now, all different kinds. Like, for instance, it could be a case where a manufacturer is being sued for like a drop fire, where somebody dropped a pistol and it went off.
And it's not supposed to do that.
No. And so it could
No,
be a
that's not
product
supposed to do
case.
that.
I've worked on cases involving hunters, long range distance shots where you're trying to figure out where a particular hunter was aiming the gun, so where he hit and killed somebody. I've worked certainly in law enforcement shootings. I've worked for law enforcement, and I've worked on the side opposite law enforcement for people who have been shot by law enforcement. I've worked on insurance cases. Sometimes there's a question about whether it was a suicide or an accident. So those are the type of cases that I would be involved with.
And when you do these cases, you're looking for, what's the difference between you and a crime scene reconstructionist?
Well, crime scene reconstructionists would be looking at a lot of different things. So I'm a mechanical engineer. I deal with physics. But somebody who works at crime scene may have also a background in, let's say, chemistry. And they may be using different reagents to find blood or gunshot residue. That's not what I do. But I physically reconstruct a site. One of the main things that we do in forensic engineering, such as myself, accident reconstruction is what it is that we have the ability to go and capture data, collect facts from a site.
I just
whether
realized
it's an
what looks
accident
off
or a
with
murder
this
or what
witness.
have you.
He's wearing his
And then
tie
what we
over
do
his
is we
suit.
interpret what we're finding and try to, again,
Now
put
you
ourselves
guys
in a
can't
position to
unsee
answer
that.
questions about how an event occurred, or maybe limit what could have occurred, or maybe what didn't occur.
Okay, so have you ever been qualified by state or federal court to testify about a shooting instant reconstruction? For instance, in Wake County, North Carolina?
Yes.
And what was that? Was that in federal court?
That was in federal court.
And were you allowed to testify as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me move on to, and I believe the name of that case is Michael Morgan versus Wake County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That is correct.
And that was in 2018?
Yes.
Now, you've been involved in many more cases have you ever been qualified additionally to that by any federal or state court to testify about a shooting incident?
Yes, I have testified in other criminal trials where the questions were just as I said, which is where was the weapon aimed, maybe how many shots were fired.
Good morning, Charlie. Good to have you here.
Maybe the sequence of
Drive
shots.
safe.
Again, this is all, developing an understanding of what the physical evidence tells you.
Okay. So let me move to a second area of expertise I'm going to ask you about. Tell us about what acoustics engineering is.
Well, acoustics and vibrations, or acoustics specifically, is part of mechanical engineering. It's a study of how sound moves, how it's made, how sound may decrease over distance, the effect of sound on people.
Why Alex would not have heard the gunshots at the house.
Because if you're exposed to sound for long periods of time, you can lose part of your hearing. So it is a subset of mechanical engineering, and so I have testified in cases involving acoustics. And my master's paper was in the area of something that I do quite often, which is the audibility of emergency vehicles. Like if a police car has a siren on and you're driving up to an intersection, you got the radio on, can you hear the siren? Or can you not hear the siren? Maybe it makes a difference if your window is up or down. Those types of issues, so the audibility of noise.
To do that kind of analysis, do you have to do some sort of reconstruction oftentimes?
Yes, often with acoustics, you can definitely look at it theoretically, but I typically test it because it's something that is readily testable.
Okay. And you've been qualified, again, in at least one state. You've been qualified multiple times to testify as to acoustical engineering.
Yes.
And one of those cases was
get multiple
versus CSX in
status.
state court in Richmond, Virginia. Is that correct?
Yes.
And many other times also.
Yes.
Okay, the last area of expertise, all these are engineering related, correct?
He's a triple expert.
Is accident reconstruction involving vehicles.
Yes.
And you've done that more than you've probably done the other two, correct?
It is motor vehicle accidents, and again, it's just because there's so many of them. Throughout my career of 36 years, I've looked at probably a couple thousand motor vehicle wrecks.
And again, you apply these same principles, data, and then you do an engineering analysis of it, mathematics, trigonometry, those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have been qualified multiple times on that issue.
Yes.
As an expert to give an opinion.
Yes.
And again, going back to the other two, you've been qualified as an expert to give an opinion by many courts, several courts, in shooting incident reconstruction, acoustics engineering, and in motor vehicle reconstruction. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
See if they object to any of
Your
these.
Honor, I move
3 for
that
1.
this witness be qualified as a expert in the 3 areas I just mentioned.
Mr. As a state, he's admitted without objection as an expert in the fields that he's offered.
Okay, so let's start off with.
It's dangerous to have so many expert things because you can be asked to pontificate on several different things.
Okay.
And it'll
now,
be interesting
have you prepared
to cross.
a
They might
PowerPoint?
roast it.
Well, back off. Back off. Strike that.
Back off.
Were you hired by myself and Mr. Griffin to do some analysis on what occurred at Moselle that resulted in the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes.
And let's first of all talk about what's the process generally, and then we're going to put this PowerPoint up, or do you want me to put the PowerPoint up first?
I can speak to that generally. So,
go ahead.
I think I mentioned it earlier, but really the first steps in any investigation, if it's a little investigation, big investigation, my job and the people I work with and people in other companies that do what we do, you go collect facts. And in this case, this is typical, facts were collected. The crime scene was processed. There were a lot of pictures taken, things like that, by sled. So that's one place that I can get facts. I typically do, and I did in this case, I go collect facts myself. So I went to Moselle, and it had changed. I went there about 18 months after the murders. I went in October of 22. But I was able to measure the Moselle property and look at the physical evidence, what was remaining, and then I was able to use that in conjunction with what SLED had done, because SLED had collected a lot of evidence at the scene that I looked at.
Now, some of the evidence collected by SLED that you looked at were measurements made by SLED agent Worley, either the night of or soon after the incident, to things like shell casings, right?
That is correct.
And there's also pictures of those shell casings, correct?
Yes.
And also the location of Maggie's body and Paul's body. There were measurements done on both of those, correct?
Yes.
And did Agent Worley also find 2 bullet holes, one in the doghouse, one in the quail pen?
Yes.
And did she take measurements there?
She did.
And were those important to your calculations?
They were. It was what I was looking at least my role in looking at the crime scene, or the side of the crime, the questions that I was being asked.
Okay, so do we have the PowerPoint, please? Okay, you can see that. Okay.
Object to showing this. Nothing's been entered.
Oh, I apologize. I got ahead of myself. This is a disc of this PowerPoint. Any objection?
This is the PowerPoint. This is the PowerPoint. No objection.
If the state did this, Harpootlian would jump all over him. He needs to authenticate
Your Honor, we
it.
offer into evidence Defendant's Exhibit number 143.
He basically just held up a disc and said, "We just show this disc." It's got a PowerPoint on it. The witness did not authenticate it first. The defense
Your
just
Honor,
gave him a pass, or the prosecution just gave him a pass.
Okay, let's just walk through the PowerPoint. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, now this is titled "Shot Trajectories as Measured by Special Agent Worley." Are these what we're talking about?
Does it sound like we're under a waterfall?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. Quail pen. Go ahead. Now, what are we looking at here?
Yes.
So this is what I call the quail pen, and it's a small animal cage. It's been referred to, but like it's a bird cage, and it's up against the building or the barn or the hangar. I think it's been called several things. It's up underneath the roof.
Okay, now if you went perpendicular to that out, would you
run into the dog kennels?
The dog kennels?
Yes.
Okay, so this is across from the dog kennels, and that is the quail pen.
Yes, and this particular photograph was taken the night of the murder. So the first few pictures just show the points of evidence that were of interest to me, and then what happened later on, it was the next month, I believe it was July the 6th, Special Agent Worley went back and actually took some measurements. She used basically a common technique where you try to get more information about these bullet holes.
Where you measure things with a tape measure.
And what is this we're looking at?
It's a little bit closer view of the quail pen, and what you have there on the side of the quail pen, so it would be the side that's really facing the crime scene.
Right.
It's made out of like a fiber board, a little bit more robust than cardboard. It's like a fiber board.
They probably
so
raised
you can
them to
penetrate it
train
easily. And
the
there was
dogs.
a bullet hole basically in the center of it.
Okay, next slide. That would be that bullet hole?
That is the bullet hole, and if you were able to zoom in a little bit and look carefully, you'd be able to see what's called a bullet wipe. It's down. If that was a tiny little clock, it'd be just under 3 o'clock. And so when I looked at that, it looked like the bullet was on an upward trajectory, a small one, but an upward trajectory. And what the bullet wipe is when the bullet comes out of the barrel of the gun, it's going to have
skewed. It's not flying straight.
Products of the bullet being fired. And when it enters sheetrock or a car door or a piece of plywood, you commonly see that lead-in mark where the bullet goes into a piece of material.
Can we make that bigger? There we go. Okay. So how about step down here for just a second, and there's a pointer right behind you. Your Honor, may he step down? Grab that pointer right there. And would you point out for the jury, please, that you call it a bullet wipe?
Is that cardboard it's
So
going through?
when you look at the entry, one of the entrance of a
cardboard. It's
bullet
too
hole
humid.
into a surface like this, and this is the piece of gray cardboard. There's some tearing here, but if you look over here on the side, that's what's called the bullet white mark, and that shows you the direction that is coming from. So it's coming from where I'm standing, and it's a little bit below. Like if you could draw a straight line through there, that would be even with the horizon. It's a little bit below that.
So on the right-hand side,
So right
it's
away
that
that
gray or
told me
black
that
ring.
this bullet, when it penetrated this piece of material here, that it was traveling upwards and from right to left.
Okay. Let me see the next slide, just in case. Okay.
There's a trajectory measure, I think.
Any way to make that a little bigger? While he's doing that, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph from Special Agent Worley's trip to the crime scene. I think it was the next month, July the 6th.
And what's going on here?
So this bullet, it penetrates this quail pin and actually goes through the wall of the hangar too. It goes through several layers of material. And a common technique to try to figure out what is the angle of that shot, you take something like this. Typically they're fiberglass, so they don't bend, they're perfectly straight. And you insert that rod through the bullet hole, and then what you do is you measure this rod. So right now she's measuring what's called the vertical angle. So if I was measuring the angle of the shot, like to the TV right here. So vertical angle is this way. Was the bullet going up, or was it going down, or was it going straight in?
And what did that, I mean, did you look at a close-up picture of that, and did you also look at her notes?
Yes.
And what was her conclusion about the angle, you say vertical angle, the angle going into the quail pen? Was it going up, was it going down? And by, I guess you gauged this in degrees, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so was it going up or down?
It was going up.
At what degree?
So the bullet was traveling upwards, which is consistent with what I just showed you on the previous pictures. So her measurement that it's going up is consistent. She
What
recorded
degree?
in her notes that that was 3 degrees going up. So pretty flat, but the bullet was traveling upwards. But there are two pictures. She has one picture of it at 3 degrees and one at 1.5 degrees. So pretty close, but two different trajectories. And later on, I looked at the difference between the 1.5 and the 3.
Okay.
And we could, that'll come up later, but for the purposes of me understanding what was going on here, I considered both 1.5 and 3.
And while 1.5 or 3 is not a steep incline as it goes in, if you project that back, it's going to have, if you go 10 feet, it's going to make it. Okay. As you project it back, what, if any, difference is there on that cause on trajectory?
Okay, well, the reason this is interesting is because it's an upward traveling bullet. So
He just answers whatever question he wishes
If you
it
think
was
about the path
asked.
of this bullet, for all purposes here, because we're talking about maybe 50 feet in this crime scene. It's not 400 yards. If it's 400 yards, the bullet has a curved trajectory. So here, because the area that we're considering is so small, that for all intents and purposes, it's a flat trajectory, which means that the barrel of the gun was on the same angle as that rod, okay? And it's going down, which means if you extend that rod, if you're able to extend that rod some distance, it's going to go into the ground. So if it goes into the ground, obviously the gun can't be underground. So you know that the shooter who fired the weapon that sent the bullet into the quail pen has to be on that line. So the weapon has to be on that line, and it's going to go into the ground at some point. So that is a good piece of information, because that locks the location of the shooter, at least for one shot.
And I believe Agent Worley identified, I'm sorry, strike that. What, if any, caliber or kind of weapon did Agent Worley deduce had fired that bullet?
This was the 300 blackout.
Okay. Now go to the next slide, please.
This is just another measurement. This may be the one that's closer to 1.5 degrees, but you can see this is they call them trajectory rods, which again is inserted through the multiple paths of the bullet as it went through things.
So as you look at that device, whatever that's called, one of them shows 1.5, one of them shows 3, and she wrote down 3?
Correct.
Okay. Great. Next, please. Now, what is this?
Same thing. I'm just showing the kind of the different readings that she got here.
Okay.
It was within a range.
Okay.
So same answer for this.
Right. Next. Okay. So what are we looking at now?
Just to explain a little bit better.
Can you make that a little bigger, please?
And Doug's putting in his work today, making things bigger, smaller.
Okay. So what are we looking at here?
This is to show the trajectory rod. It comes in. We've been looking at this side right here.
It's right below the
but
yellow.
If you look inside,
just above
you see
the plywood
it kind of
sheeting
goes
on
through
the
the
left.
cage, and it goes through the back of the cage. It actually goes into the hangar or the barn, goes through the siding, and then the plywood.
So that is that same rod, except that's the inside going out. Correct?
That's the inside. I was just trying to show the technique, and this technique is a technique that is used often. There are other ways to do it, and we may talk about it later, but this is a technique that's often used to come up with this line of fire, or the path that bullet took, because if you consider the path of the bullet, you may be able to conclude something from that.
Okay, next.
It's just more of the same. This is the trajectory rod inside the cage, or the quail pen.
Okay.
More of the same.
Next.
More of the same.
But these are, okay, wait 1 second. So these pictures just depict that rod coming from the outside, going through the quail pen, and through the wall behind the quail pen.
That is correct.
And that's, you put that rod through, and then you can make some measurements outside as to trajectory, correct?
That's correct.
Easy for you to say. Next, please. Now, what is that?
If they recovered their
what's going on there?
This is called a zero-edge protractor. So, protractor is going to measure 0 to 180 degrees. So, this is Special Agent Worley puts it up against the side of the quail pen and drop a plumb bob down so you can get what's called the azimuth. And the azimuth is just your compass direction. So, because if I have the azimuth, and this is about 41 degrees coming in from where I'm standing. So, 45 degrees would be, here, there's 41 degrees. 90 degrees would be straight in. So what that does is it tells you the direction of this line.
So at that point, whether it's going up or down, and whether it's coming from the left or the right.
That's correct.
And as we look at that coil pen, is it coming from over here to the left? Is it coming from the right?
Well, it's coming from over here to the right.
Okay.
And then to determine exactly how, you need to go back and kind of look. You have to do it to scale, of course.
Right.
So you have to create a scale diagram, or you do what we typically do, which is we scan.
Okay. So. Let me see the next one. And is that just a close-up of the measurement, the angle?
Yes. And you can see here that it's 41 degrees.
41 degrees.
And that's what she recorded in her notes.
Okay, next. Now this is the doghouse. And in a minute we're going to see a 3D rendition of this so the jury can get a little better idea of where everything is.
Yes.
But let's go ahead and talk about the doghouse next. So tell me what you see there.
So the doghouse had a bullet hole in it. It was pretty low to the ground. It's about 5.5 inches above the ground. 3 inches up from the bottom of the siding on the doghouse. And this bullet hole was going downwards, 14 degrees down. And it had an angle slightly to the left. And so kind of the same way that you can think about the one that was going up, you can think about the one that's going down. So if put a trajectory rod in, we'll see that in a second, it's going to be sticking upwards like that. So you can go up that trajectory rod to a point where it makes no sense, like the shooter would have to be on a ladder, right? So what that does is it tells you where that shot came from, and it puts a limit on where that shooter could be. You know, just the same way that the shot trajectory would disappear into the ground makes no sense. You know, shot trajectory that's up at 10 feet doesn't make any difference either. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Right. Let me see the next slide. Okay, and what is that?
That is the 300 blackout projectile. It went into the doghouse, went into a dog bed, so you're able to dig it out. So it's, you can see that here. So again, these are the night of the murders.
So if it didn't go through the back wall, how does one get a trajectory off of that?
Well, in this particular case, the siding was thick enough where Agent Worley was able to put a dowel rod or a trajectory rod into that hole, unlike the quail pin, here, which is very thin. So a very thin material is considered thin if the thickness of that material is much less than the length of the bullet, right here. So in a thin material, there's some special considerations with thin materials versus thick materials, but the doghouse had siding and wood construction, so it's thicker. So a thick material is going to be more in line with the length of the bullet and even longer. So you can still get the trajectory with reasonable accuracy in this particular case.
It's going to have to be a protractor and a thermometer.
Okay, now what is that?
In one.
This is the same process here at the doghouse where...
Can you blow that up for me, please? There you go. So what do we see?
This is the trajectory rod. This is a dial protractor. It just uses gravity to tell you what the angle is.
And what was the angle?
14 degrees down.
It's coming in at a 14 degree. The bullet's coming, there you go. It's coming in, it's coming down into the doghouse at a 14 degree angle.
That's correct.
Okay. Next, please. And what is this?
Zoomed in so you can see. So
okay.
There's 90 and it's over at about 76 degrees or so that makes it.
That's a 14 degree downward path.
Yes.
Next. Now, this is that plumb bob thing and azimuth thing, right?
Azimuth. So if this shows you the compass direction of the shot, where it's coming from. And here it's, she measured 7 degrees, she recorded 6 degrees off of there, but it's somewhere there. All you really got to know, it's not straight into the doghouse. It's a little bit of an angle, about 6 or 7 degrees.
Okay, next. And that's just a close-up of the same thing.
Yeah, so there's 90, so the plumb bob would be right here if it was going straight into the doghouse, but it's a little bit to the left.
About 6 or 7 degrees. Okay, next. Now tell me what this is.
So this is Agent Worley's diagram, and it's not to scale. And these are just the lines that I drew in to begin with, before I really did much work in the case. And it's clearly not to scale because, for instance, from the small animal cage, that pole is 24 feet about, and you can see that Maggie's body is, 17 feet long. But it says not to scale, but what that doesn't do for you, it really doesn't tell you, okay, we went through all that trouble to measure these. What does it tell you? And what I noticed was this, is that there was 2 shots, and one was into the doghouse, which was facing this way. One was into the quail pen, which is like facing the way of this desk here. That's 2 totally different directions. So the first thing that would be good to do is to draw those lines backwards and see where they cross, right? And where they cross, is there anything of interest there, right? Are there footprints or something? In this case, there was, but not footprints. But that's what you do here. And so the thing you're looking at is let's figure out what this is telling us, which is these 2 lines are going to cross somewhere.
Well, and this is not to scale, so it doesn't tell you much about it.
It doesn't really tell us much because they don't cross at the right spot.
Right. But in terms of the relationship of different objects, we see the quail pen, and it looks like it is, again, perpendicular to the dog kennels, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next. Okay, so this is your reconstruction. And maybe you ought to go ahead and take your, you want to do it from down here or up there?
I can sit up there.
Well, wait 1 second. Let me see what this does. Next. Go ahead.
And this is a AVI file.
This is
Well, I can explain.
Was it a video?
It is a video.
Yeah, go ahead and play it, and then we may play it again. I want you to explain it after they look at it. Go ahead.
Down from the roof.
Okay, stop it right there for me, can you? Stop it right there. You go. So we see the doghouse. The quail point where we just flew by it. Oh, wait a minute, she's starting over again. Okay, go ahead and start.
Little miss. According to the bullet diagram,
stop
nothing's
it right.
to scale.
Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. There. Stop. Okay. So we see the doghouse. Point it out, please.
And in
we
that
see
drawing,
the kennel.
had it been to scale,
Point
her
those
body
out.
would be like 17 feet.
And I don't think we can see the quail pen yet, but it's going to be up in there, correct?
Yeah, so the quail pen's against this wall.
Okay. Go ahead and start it back up. And stop it. Okay. Show the jury again where the quail pen is.
Here's the quail pen.
And where's the doghouse?
And the doghouse is right here.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and start it up again. Now, maybe I ought to have you explain how you do this. You go ahead and take the stand again, please.
Yes.
Let me see the next slide while he's going up there.
Someone tell me what I should say next.
Okay, well, you don't need to come down for this, but this is called fly through with no roof. So you've eliminated the roof with the computer to show what it looks like. You get a better sense of perspective. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this to scale?
It is to scale. It's very accurate. Is kind of the modern way to measure a site. Scanning is used all over now. I mean, from dentist offices to everything. But
we'll talk in just a minute about how you put this together, and the process I think is on here. Okay, how about let that one go? And this is without, you took the roof off of the shed, correct?
I did.
Okay, go ahead. We can see the doghouse. We can see the quail pen. We can see where Maggie's body was, and we can see where Paul's body was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about do that one more time? That would be Maggie's body near the doghouse?
Yes.
And that would be Paul's body over here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, keep going.
Okay, I tried to get a new emoji on the fly. I'm not sure if this will work. If you guys can find it.
And why did you do this particular visual? Does that make it easier to see where everything is relative to each other?
Yes. In the scan, you can just cut the roof off. It just makes things easier to see.
Okay.
The roof was of no importance to me.
Right. Next. Now, tell me what this represents.
Well, this is where I start constructing some lines, and this is just an overall shot looking straight down. Like this is a bird's eye view of the scan, and the dog kennels are in the bottom right, and the hangar, the barn, is kind of in the center top of the picture, and it's just there's nothing really of this particular shot. It just illustrates what you can do, and what I did, for instance, is I drew some white lines in there. Those are measurement bars. One's 25 feet long, one's 50 feet long. But the scan itself, you can measure very accurately anywhere in the scan because this is not a picture. What it is are their points. And there's so many points. There's millions of points, and there's so many points when you put them together, it actually looks like an object, like a three-dimensional object.
So let me ask you this. The state, it's been a month, so we may not all remember. The state had, this is called a FARO.
You have to lead in, Your Honor.
What is this called?
We call them a FARO scan. FARO is the company that builds the scanner. There are other companies like Nikon that make scanners. But a FARO scan is a laser scanner, and what it does is it sends out a laser. And when that laser hits an object, it returns back to the scanner. It gets reflected back. Depending on how much time that takes, it can figure out how far away that object is, and we're talking about a very small point. And then what it does is, because the scanner is spinning around this way and a mirror is spinning this way, it knows where that point is in space. And then what it also does to make it look better, it spins the camera around, and then the camera applies more information to all these points. So what you end up with are millions of points. Like if you scan the front yard of this courthouse, you get trees, you get signs, you get people kind of ghosting by as they walk through the scan. So it just picks up everything.
So does law enforcement use Faro?
Yes, they did do a Faro scan. I have seen their fly through like we just showed you, but that's the only thing that I've seen. So they did, and again, it is a common technique people in our field use to measure things, because you don't have to take 100 measurements with a tape measure, and it's much more accurate.
And SLED, I believe you just said, did a Faro scan of the same murder site.
They did.
And I think we played it, it's been a month, but I think I played it a month ago.
Objecting, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
At some point in this trial, are you familiar with the fact of whether their Faro scan, SLED's Faro scan was played?
Yes.
Okay. And is their Faro scan as detailed as yours?
Nobody's asked that question
I would have
yet.
to compare them, but it should basically be the same thing. Their scan and our scan should be the same because it's a highly precise instrument. And
okay. Let's go to the next one.
The only difference would be they did it in July.
And you did it in
October of 22.
Okay. Now what is
5
this
months
today?
ago.
So the next thing I wanted to do, other than reconstruct the shot trajectories like we said before, I wanted to know where the evidence markers were. So what this here is, I took Special Agent Worley's measurements. She had measured to a bunch of different things, including the head and feet of the victims, and then also to those little yellow evidence marker tags. And the evidence markers that I was most interested in were numbers 2 through 7, which would have been the empty cartridge cases from the 300 blackout. But what I did was I created a CAD diagram to scale of Agent Worley's measurements.
Okay, what's a CAD diagram?
It's just computer-aided drawing. It's a drawing package, so you can do a scale diagram. Now she did this just measuring from a pole or post and whatnot, but we have a technique. When we scanned in 22, obviously these markers were not there, but we had lots of photographs of them. And so there's a methodology that we can use where we can flatten the picture taken the night of the murders, and then we can match that to the scan. So then once you match that photograph to the scan, you can actually place in objects that no longer exist very accurately.
Now this Faro program, you indicated was used by SLED, is it used by other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
It's very common. It is used by hundreds, thousands of them?
Yes.
And they do the same process that you do?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got this, and what is this? This is can you tell me what this process is?
Yeah, so this is Special Agent Worley's hand measurements.
Wait for a pause here.
On a computer program.
Put it on a computer program, and because I wanted to put the evidence markers in my scan. And so you have the scan of the Moselle property, but then I can put stuff in there too. I could put a car in there, I could put a body, or I could put these evidence markers. So I used this to check what we did, which we used photographs and the techniques of putting the evidence markers where they belong.
Okay. Next slide, please. What does this depict?
So what this is then I overlaid Agent Worley's drawing, the one that we just looked at, over my scan. And I use that, if you were able to zoom in a little bit, I don't know if it may be a little bit hard for you guys to see, but those circles with the crosses in them are Special Agent Worley's measurements, and then either touching them or inside of them are the evidence markers that got placed by what we call reverse camera projection, which is just a fancy name of, we can take the information from a photograph taken the night of the murders, and we can attach that to our scan. And then if we want to, we can put missing objects in there, which is what we did here.
Okay, go ahead.
It's called Photoshop, is what he said. He said
There's an
Photoshop.
example of it there.
Can you make that a little bigger, please?
It's pretty high tech, actually. It's some cool stuff.
So what is, yeah, that's perfect right there. What does that show?
It shows the same thing. So we use the reverse camera projection method to get the yellow evidence markers in the scan. And you can see there, Special Agent Worley's measurements are usually right beside it, but you have to remember she was probably stretching a tape measure. So it all makes sense. So it agreed. So what that tells you have a high degree of confidence that these markers are in the correct place.
Okay, next. Now, what does this depict?
Well, it's a it is a video.
That's the body right there.
To show the whole screen.
Yeah, we need the whole screen to play the video, please.
This is like a Faro scan recreation, so it might show the bodies here.
What are we seeing here?
So this is fading back and forth between the scan world or the computer world and reality. So you can see there that that's a crime scene photo that was taken the night of the murders. And what that is doing is it's showing you the comparison between this world that we built to try to understand what was the physical evidence telling us.
Well, the picture taken on the night of the murders, is this a complete picture or have you dropped some things out?
No, it's a complete picture. You know, some items may have been moved by the time this picture was taken. I would have to go back and see exactly.
Oh, so this picture was taken by you in October.
Oh, no, this is the night of the murders here.
Okay. Okay, next.
That's interesting because I don't think Harpootlian recognizes that picture.
Ahead.
So it's like, when was this taken type thing?
Shot trajectory. Okay, so tell us what this is.
Okay, so
this is
I picked a place in the scan to start laying in those lines. So now we've talked about how we built this up. So let's put the trajectory of the two shots that were measured and see what it tells us. And so I just chose a point. You're looking straight into the side of the doghouse. The sheet in the foreground there would be Maggie's body. And then you can see the evidence markers. There's 3, 4, you can see 5 and 6 over by the sheet.
Right.
12 is something else. I believe it was may have even been bullet fragments, but 3, 4, 5, and 6 there are empty cartridge cases from the bullets that were fired.
Okay, go back out a little for just a second. There you go. I see somebody standing over here on the right. What is that?
That was probably one of my engineers or somebody I work with who was doing some other task. Okay. So when you scan, if you stand still long enough, it'll scan you.
Scan you in, okay.
Yes.
Next.
I like to Photoshop myself into all the pictures I testify about.
What are those two green lines?
The two green lines are the shot trajectories into the quail pen.
And why are there two?
Because one is at 1.5 degrees up and one is at 3 degrees up.
Okay. In this projection, in terms I understand, if you took the dowel that she put through the hole.
Objection sustained.
Sorry, Your Honor, I was just trying to get it in terms I understood. Let me see if we can get to the same place. Tell us what that depicts in terms that I can understand.
Yes, so that is the flight path of the bullet somewhere along that line. And so it's trigonometry. It's not any more complicated than that.
It's just rocket science.
Too complicated for you, but it's just trigonometry.
These lines, are they put in there by you manually, or are they computed by the program?
Well, the lines are put in by me on the computer program, and again, they're at the 1.5 degrees, 3 degrees. The importance of them is that's where the barrel of the gun has to be perfectly in line with those two green lines. But right now, without knowing anything else, you could slide that gun up and down that green line, and it could be anywhere, right? So
This would be the blackout,
but
the 300 blackout,
you
not the
start
shotgun.
looking at other pieces of evidence. And so what you would have is, well, what other pieces of evidence we have? I looked at this and I said, well, where does the shot trajectory go? Well, it goes almost right over Maggie's body, very close to it, right close to the feet. That's one thing. The second thing is there is a collection of empty cartridge cases right to the line. So if I'm facing the quail pen, there's a collection of cartridge cases to my right.
And what's your understanding about the ejection of cartridge cases from black?
That's consistent.
Typically, it should be to the right and to the back somewhat.
Okay.
It depends. But, so that was a piece of information, which is that starts to, as I said before, sometimes what you're looking at what you can determine, but maybe you can limit where something happens. So, that is a point of interest. Well, you have a pile of cartridge cases that go right beside the shot trajectories. That's an important point.
Okay, next. Okay, so what are we seeing here?
So that is a shooter that I constructed. And what this is, it's actually a scan of a person. So you can get scans of people. In this particular case, just for the purposes of this trial, I stripped all the textures off this person. So there's no clothing or hair or skin color, anything like that. So it's just more almost
robot
like
shooter. I see where we're going now. Okay, I'm
like
with
a
you.
robotic looking figure. It is holding a 300 blackout weapon, a model of one. And so when I started examining those shot trajectories, a couple things were apparent. One is it would be really hard for anybody to be shooting that shot from the shoulder, because remember, the shot's going up, but it's only 4 feet 2 off the ground.
What is the entrance wound? Where it
State
goes
did a
in?
Faro
the
scan
entry
as well.
point.
That's the
It's
one I
only
showed
4
you
feet 2
earlier
off
this
the
morning.
ground, and it's going up, which means that even if you're a fairly short person, to get that trajectory, you'd have to walk all the way up to the quail pen to get it to work. So what I was seeing here is that the most likely way that that shot was made was from a low position, like shooting low on the hip. So I took this scanned in person with a blackout, and I pushed the gun down about as far as I could push it.
When you say about as far as you could push it, what do you mean by that?
Well, eventually, at some point, you have to have your hand on the trigger and the gun. And so instead of having the person stand straight up, too, I just put them in a shooting position. I don't know what the position the shooter was, but this is a thought process. Okay, what is this telling us? So that's what I did here.
My mind goes to a
degree line is that one on?
I wonder if this
That's
is a
on the
secondary
1.5 degree.
Okay.
impact.
Next.
If the bullet first struck Maggie and then went through the quail
What
pen.
does this depict?
That's the exact same shooter, except that shooter has its barrel on the 3 degree line.
Okay, but he would be on the other side of Maggie's body and on the other side of the doghouse.
Correct.
Okay, next.
They're the two shooters. Proof. Right there.
Okay, now this
Naked
has 2
robot
individuals
shooters.
in it.
They did
it. What's the one behind?
So those are the two. So the shooter,
okay.
The shooter behind is the 1.5 degree. The shooter in front is the 3 degrees. So that kind of gives the range of this person being able to make that shot. And so to me, because of several different factors, it's much more likely that the angle into the quail pen was flatter than 3 degrees, which we talked about before. One of the main reasons is there's no shell casings over behind the doghouse.
So this person up front, what did you just say about shell casings?
There's no shell casings anywhere close to that person.
And I guess, could you demonstrate for us how you're depicting this person's holding a gun? I mean, are they, you say from the hip.
Yes.
What does that mean? How about demonstrate, if that's okay, Your Honor?
Let's break out the blackout. Here we go.
So what I would say is that what I did for this purpose is, instead of having it here, I put it down here, about as low as I could go.
Okay.
And within like a shooting stance, like a shooting position. You're not aiming, but at least you're not aiming in the traditional sense, but
If you're aiming it to be on your shoulder, right?
Right. So I stretched that gun down until I could just still keep my hand like I was shooting a gun.
Now, from the shoulder, where generally would they be? You've got, I mean, to have that downward shot.
It's really hard to put a shoulder shot on that trajectory just because it's so low. Because even a small person going like this, 4'2", even if you put the barrel
all they
on
need
the
to
quill,
do is
then it'd be
present a
above the
scenario
hole.
that's reasonable,
So, it just doesn't
that's
make
different than what the state is seeing.
Okay, next slide, please.
They're just trying to poke holes in the state's theories to make some reasonable doubt in the minds of the
Now
jurors.
the guy up front, because you concluded this is where the person would have been.
Yes, for a person of this height, this is to me because of its proximity or closeness to the empty shell casings.
Okay, next. Now let's look at the doghouse trajectory shot. Next. Okay, now explain that green line.
The green line here is the shot trajectory into the doghouse. And this is the same shooter again. And it looks like he's standing on the sheet there, but all that would tell me if this did occur, then the body was not there.
This was a shot would have come before the body fell to the ground.
That is correct. And so again, you have a shooter low on the hip. That's where that person would have to be to follow that upward line. So the same exact shooter, now that shooter is shooting down, I slid that person on the line until it was shooting down. And what I discovered was it's basically in the exact same spot. You know, maybe one step away, maybe 2 steps away, but
The two shots were made from very close to each other.
right. So now what we've done is the 2 shots cross each other at a point, and at that point is right beside where the shell casings were ejected, relatively close to it.
Okay. Now you don't know where Maggie was when
I
these
think
shots
Sue,
were made.
I
Is that
think you're
correct?
onto something here.
So we heard from, I think, one of the state's witnesses that
I think there's
what,
a.
if anything, did we hear from the state's experts about the relative position of Maggie and whoever shot her?
The only thing that I heard is that maybe 2 of the shots were done at less than 3 feet because of the stippling to the skin.
And what about the relative position of the shooter and her prior to that?
He didn't hear that apparently.
Is there anything-
Nothing specific or definitive.
Okay. So,
Sue, I want to
Let's
talk
do the
about
next
this
one.
when they're quiet for a minute.
what is that?
This is a shooter, because this shot's going down, this shooter is shooting from the shoulder, which can be done with this shot. And if you're shooting from the shoulder, you gotta be further back. So that's just to illustrate, that's the range of possibility, you know, from the shoulder, from the hip.
Or
How tall
down
is the
low,
shooter?
Those two
Right.
we just saw. Is that also consistent with where the shell casings are?
It is, that could be consistent too.
Okay. Next slide, please. Both shots. Go ahead. So what does this depict?
So this is the shooter making both shots. And you'll see, and there's a couple different angles I could show you,
Clearly,
but they're really
apparently
close.
it was Maggie
And
that
they're
fired the shots.
in the right location relative to the empty shell casings.
Okay.
So what that says, it's not, I'm not saying it's exactly there because there's some variables to it, but I find it interesting that the 2 shot trajectories cross at a point where both shots can be made and they're at the right location relative to those empty shell casings. So in my opinion, when these 2 shots were made, at least these 2 shots, that the shooter was standing right in that area.
Okay, next. And what does this depict?
This is the same thing I just described, except a little bit different angle. So there you may have a shooter taking 2 steps forward, depending on which one was fired first,
Right.
or 2 steps backwards. But, you know, within a generally small area, those where those shots were fired from.
Okay, next. Is that the same?
That is the same thing. That is, you know, the shooter's from the hip. If you have the shooter shooting from the hip, it makes a lot of sense that with a little bit of movement, the shooter can produce both of those shots and have it agree with the evidence that Special Agent Worley collected.
Okay, next. Okay, now, we're gonna, don't go to well, let's get to that in just a minute. Based on your analysis and tell us how you came to conclude the range of heights for the person shooting from those distances. Tell us how that works.
Okay, so we're able to locate the weapon, where the weapon was, and that's...
Now, when you say locate the weapon, what do you mean by that?
Locate the weapon on the green line. Okay, so...
When you say locate the weapon, is it the muzzle? Is it the
whole barrel?
The whole barrel.
Right,
okay.
Because the bullet starts its path inside the barrel, and when it leaves the barrel, it finds the target.
Okay, so you can slide that barrel up and down the green line?
Correct.
Okay, tell us how you get to a height for the shooter.
So for the purposes of what I've been showing you is that I started putting different height people in the trajectory analysis. And so what I've been showing you is a person that's 5'2".
The person's how tall? The shooter's how tall?
5'2".
Could be someone a little taller crouching down a little bit?
Could be.
5'3", 5'4"?
Yes.
So between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Yes.
The shooter?
Because what happens if, let's say, if you put a 5'4" person even, or 5'5", 5'6", in kind of that shooting position from the hip, you've got to move them all the way up to the quail pin. And it doesn't make any sense there because there's no shell casings, and it starts to not make any sense. Why would a person stand right in front of the quail pin a few feet away and shoot into it?
And as you slide it back, what happens in terms of and this is all trigonometry? These are angles?
It's just trigonometry. Okay. So again, you have 5'2" people. What happens is if I move those people back,
well, take the quail pin to begin with.
Yeah, with the quail pin, if you start to move the shooter, the quail pin back, then you start getting to, less than 5'2" very quickly, because that shot is going up. And what you have here is that this is as far back as basically I could justify putting a 5'2" shooter here.
And how did you come to 5'2"? I mean, what did you look at any data?
Well, again, these are actual people that were scanned in, okay. And so these are 5'2". What happens is, for instance, if I tried it with a 5'4", I tried it with a 5'9".
And why didn't that work?
Because it puts the person under the shed close to the quail pin. Doesn't make much sense being under there. There are no shell casings there. So in order to get the shooter at the cross of the two shot trajectories near the empty casings, then you've got to lower that shot.
Heather, thank you. Yeah, this angle has just not been addressed. That there are other shooting positions
let's look at this.
That should be brought up. And thank you for your support, Heather. You're amazing.
Go ahead.
Wonderful to have you here. Would not be the same without you.
Go ahead.
Go.
Now, let's hold on for 1 second before we go to that. So, in terms of Alec Murdaugh, who is, how tall is he?
6'3", 6'4".
Okay. And you took a measurement of him this morning, correct?
Yes.
And what did you measure?
I measured to his kneecap.
To his kneecap.
Yes.
And how much? What was the distance between the bottom of his foot and his kneecap?
25 inches.
Hey, now explain why that's relevant to what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, the obvious question is well, what if you were 6'4" and not 5'2"? What does that mean? So, what that means is that the shooting hand, the bottom of the shooting hand, for somebody the height of Alex Murdaugh, would be
25 inches
right
lower,
at and below his kneecap.
So his shooting hand would be below his kneecap.
Yes.
What does that tell you?
Well, it puts the shooter or whoever fired the weapon, if they were that tall, it puts them in an unrealistic shooting position. It's not an aiming position. It's not a shooting position. It would be something other than a shooting position where you were on your feet. So it would be, again, it would be very difficult. You would have to be bending over and have your shooting hand down at or below your kneecap. And what's important about that to me is that It just makes it very unlikely that a tall person made that shot.
Thanks for listening while I'm speaking there, Mr. Harpootlian.
More likely that it'd be more likely that a person between 5'2" and 5'4" fired those shots, correct? Or
Yes.
the quail pin shot.
Yes.
Can I have, yeah.
We're getting everybody up there. We need a bigger courtroom for this demonstration, I'm pretty sure. Going to get a little crowded here, guys. Everyone scooch together, make some room.
Can I have a red or black pen or something? You know.
Puts him on his knee. Yeah, nobody's saying that, and I don't know why.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's right there. Thanks. So, I had one of these, the shots you had with the shooters and their alignment blown up. Could you step down here, please? And then the point. And let's see how we can do this. You stand over here.
Rowdy. Buster, can you come over here and hold this gun for us? Oh, Buster was out of the area. He was not there. He has a solid, rock solid alibi.
Explain to the jury why they've got to be 5'2". This is blown up. Why would it be 5'2"? I mean, how? If this guy moves forward this way, or either one of them move forward, what happens to the barrel of the gun?
Yeah. So what happens is that if you move them forward, they can be taller, up until a point where we talked about before. At some point in time, even shooting from the hip, you still have to be very close to the quail pin. If I move them back, either two things have to happen: is they have to be even shorter than 5'2", or they have to be in some unnatural or kind of like an unreasonable shooting position. I mean, obviously you could have somebody laying on the ground taking a shot. They could be really low, of any height, right? So, but what I'm doing here is that as you move these people back, the gun has to be lower and lower and lower to the ground. When you move it forward, the gun has to be higher. So then you start looking at, well, where are the shell casings? The shell casings are here. So if you move a person back, let's say where they're laying on the ground, right, and they're shooting like in a sniper position, like on their elbows and laying down flat, there's no shell casings back there because the shell casings are being ejected to the right, maybe to the back, we don't really know. But at least it's going to be back here. This area where Maggie's body was found, where the collection of empty shell casings are found, because some of these were at close range, but some of them are spread over here, is going to put the shooter here. Well, it certainly puts the weapon there. And then what you have to do is go through the thought process of how can somebody hold the weapon that height off the ground.
Okay, now if you've got a tall person and they're coming this way towards the quail pen, let's say a 6'3", 6'4" person, can they? How close would they have to be to the quail pen to shoot the bullet at that angle into the quail pen?
Well, it would be difficult. It wouldn't be either a hip shot or a shoulder shot. You would have to, for somebody who's tall, because again, I don't have a tape measure, but the hole in the quail pen is at 4'2". Okay, so
we got one right there.
Tape measure, protractor,
so let's just say
dowel stick, and all we need is the rectal thermometer, and we'll be able to make a proper demonstration here.
So quail pin shot is right here.
How about I put a sticker right there?
Ouch. That's not how you treat a tape measure.
Okay, so that's the height it went into the quail pen.
Right. Okay. So I'm 5'10".
Right.
Right. She's all maybe 5'11". Right. So it's going 3 degrees up. So I'm saying that's about flat. Let's just say that's 3 degrees. And I'm standing at the quail pen. I would have to do like that, or I could do this. Right. Not from the hip.
Can't see what he's doing, and I'm not sure if I want to.
Which of course is possible.
Yes, all we're talking about, Thal, is the 300 blackout shots.
You know,
He hasn't addressed to the shotgun.
A lot taller
this,
than I am.
This is all Maggie.
And so you would have to go through that thought process of how the shooter could
And of course, as you come back off the quail pen, the only place you see shell casings are back here.
Yes. The empty shell casings, there's some right by the body, there's one underneath the body, and then I believe it's 2, 3, and 4 are here, 5, 6, and 7 are here, but 2, 3, and 4 are here, like the shells are being ejected to the right and maybe slightly backwards.
And so, can you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, if whoever shot this shot, or these shots, well, first of all, the quail pen shot was 5'2" to 5'4"?
That is the most likely explanation, yes.
Okay. And we know that Alec is 6'4".
Yes.
So could you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that Alec Murdaugh on the night of June 7th did not fire that shot into the quail pen?
In my opinion, it's very unlikely that he fired that shot.
Okay, now, in reviewing the SWED file, did you see whether or not they did any analysis like this? Have you seen any charts, any pharaohs, anything indicating that SWED ever looked at these shot angles before?
No.
Okay, go ahead and take the video. Your Honor, this is probably going to go probably another hour before I'm done. I just look at see it's 1 o'clock. I don't know what you want me to continue.
He always says that before he asks his final 2 questions.
Well, we can break for lunch now. That's what you want to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we will.
Bailiff's going to yell at him.
Addressing the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break now and we'll return at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
2:15. I think for an expert, he has presented the information in an understandable way. Chat has already solved the murder. It was the chickens masterminded by the rooster for revenge on the dogs via robot shooters. Flawless. Thal, you pretty much buttoned it up for me. I won't have to do any summary now after all that. I know this is frustrating, and it's the lines and trajectories and everything. I don't think it's junk science. I believe this is they're using facts, right? They're using things that we can measure, things that are real, things that are tangible to infer something else. Now, where he puts the shooters and how they're holding the gun and everything else, I think that becomes more of an art form, I guess, and even an abstract art form in some ways, because he's still trying to guess at what happened, and he's saying, here's a guess at what could have happened that could explain this that lines up with the evidence. And that's, the state's doing the same thing. They're setting up their guesses as to what happened based on the evidence they see. They're guessing that Alex Murdaugh is the murderer, and he's guessing that it couldn't have been him because the angle of the gun would be an uncomfortable position for Alex to hold and shoot from. I think, was it Sue who said earlier that that there might have been some like concerted effort on the part of the shooter to make it appear as if it was somebody shorter. So shots were intentionally fired from a low or a crouching position or something that wouldn't be necessarily line up well with Alex being 6'4" and shooting. So that's obviously a possibility as well. Alex could be on his knees. He could be seated. He could have been seated on something like the ATV or bracing on an ATV. I believe trajectories are facts, says Dallas, but hey, it was not a Hobbit shooting out there as they're trying to presenting it. But okay, they have to confuse the jury. And yes, and they also have the issue that I'm not sure if he can say with a reasonable degree of certainty that shot did not go through something else first, changing its trajectory. Yes, it did go through mostly straight. There was a little bit off. We saw a little mark when we zoomed in on the side of the quail pen. There's a little mark that shows, I forget what he called that. It was like a bullet wipe or something. That could be caused by a bullet that is not flying in a true path, that's been sort of skewed a little bit. So it could have gone through Maggie and change trajectory because of the mass and bone, anything else that happens to go through, and then gone through and that would completely change where the shooter would have to be. Wait till they find the footprints. Size 13 men's shoes. They're actually gonna be like size 6. I think they're gonna be size 6 kids' shoes. Somebody who couldn't be there, and it'll probably be inside my guess, inside the feed room. Rockin' Dawkins says, just like most legal arguments, you present facts with your assumptions of what happened. We have seen other demos that show otherwise. Yeah, and we shot. I mean, their Faro scan that they're showing us is one thing. And oh man, I didn't want to do that, but I just did. Just recorded something I didn't want to record. Let's see. Now it won't let me. Hopefully I didn't just delete all my intro and everything else. All right, bummer. Okay, so let's go here. And back here. I'll fix it. I'll fix it during the break. All right, I was going to show the Faro scan again, but I broke it. 5'4" with size 13 shoes. It was a clown, Jay Hughes. It was a clown. Don't think Eddie committed the murders. Let's see. Snapchat video was how long before these 5'2" robots arrived? Yeah, they're not in the video. Not that I could see. I'm 5'2" and I'm not a hobbit, says la 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 lay. 4 to 5 shots fired hit Maggie with a couple of those in and out. So there's a possibility that the doghouse one as well as the quail one could have gone through Maggie. I think Girl Next Door says, I definitely think Eddie helped in some way. I'm sure he had an alibi ready for when he shot Alex too. I mean, what kind of guy shoots a friend in the head after a 5-minute conversation? No hesitation. Well, a paid off friend might. Thigh shot definitely was in and out. That could line up with the upward trajectory on the quail pen. I feel the doghouse was a bit off, as the projection on the doghouse was more towards the front, not the back, per the picture of the doghouse, right? And we only had one wall to measure that from. Like if you put the trajectory, that dowel stick, the trajectory rod in the quail pen, they put it through like multiple holes, right? It's like lining up all the holes and they put it through all of them, and then you have a good solid measurement. In the doghouse, they just had that one wall of the doghouse, so that's a little tougher to measure, and it could have some varying angles because it's not thick enough. Weren't they shot with 2 different guns? How could one person do that? He could kill one, but you think the other person would run away. Yes, Paul was killed with a shotgun, and Maggie was killed with a 300 blackout. But it could have happened very quick, like within less than 40 seconds type thing. And Maggie might have been shot first and wounded, and then Paul shot, and then Maggie finished off. I mean, there's several scenarios. Remember Eddie saying he did not shoot Alex Murdaugh? To make it look like 2 people and it's impossible to switch, that's what they're doing. 2 guns laying right there. It's not a problem to use 2 guns, and they did have guns with them, probably from going out shooting, like they did when they were filming the tree video. They were shooting on the same trip. Second person might freeze to figure out what's going on. Okay. Cool stuff. Plot twist, says Chandra. The shower was an apprentice of the Juvenile Cicero Academy. Okay, so this is going really deep. I don't even know where to start on that one. We fired the other shots. Maybe Maggie was running away. Lots of things. Hired, not showered. Okay, that's even better. He hired the apprentice of the Juvenile Cicero Academy. Still, I'm missing that one, Chandra. Sorry. They didn't do ballistics on the guns to see which ones were used. If they were Alex Murdaugh's guns used. Coyote, yes, they could not rule out the guns, but they also couldn't exclusively say those were the guns that fired them. In the case of the blackout, the markings on the casings they found are consistent to say they have been cycled through the action, but they couldn't match the actual firing pin mark. And so they know that the bullet has been loaded into the gun, run through the action, like loaded in a firing position, and then ejected from the gun in some manner. But it could have been done manually because they can't match that the firing pin was the same gun. It could be, but it's not. Most likely, they were fired from that gun. Cicero's are hitmen for the cartels. I learn something new every day, Chandra. Thank you very much. Cousin Eddie's lawyer, who's on Nancy Grace, said Alex Murdaugh wasn't shot. He fell and scraped his head. He bumped his head trying to change his tire. That's what happened. If you've seen the pictures out there on Facebook, the injury to his head, they part his hair so you can see the scalp, and they get all the way down there. You can see there's a little tiny nick, and I don't even think it would have bled much. It was so small. Like, I've been shot. But apparently there was, a fractured skull and a brain bleed from it. Let's see. Reload would have taken the time. Jay Elliott says the state only has to show that he killed them, not his precise posture when the trigger was pulled. The testimonies already showed that shooter may have been on the ground for a second shot to Paul. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I am starving. I don't know why, but this morning, breakfast just did not fill me up, I guess. And so Myra says, as CEO over the internet, I'm able to gift the internet for the second half of this day. First to raise hand can have it. We will re-gift the internet as soon as we go live again after lunch break. So let's get lunch going. Let's all go have a snack. Let's take a break a little bit. Let's sort of mull over what we've heard this morning, and then we'll go from there. I'll turn the sounds on and everything when we come back. We're going to come back at 2 o'clock, so we have 45 minutes roughly. Pickle time. RA is starving. Yes, 100%. That's what we're going to do. Thank you all for being here this morning. It's been a lot of fun. I think it's going to get spicier, especially on the cross of this expert witness. The defense or the prosecution does not have to go as easy on him. Buster, the jury could feel sorry for. You don't want to come across as really beating up the kid who lost his mom and his brother. Okay? And so they went easy on him, not so with the expert. The expert is spouting things that completely disagree with what the state's saying, and they're going to go and they're going to hit him hard. And they're going to ask him to say, well, isn't this also possible? Isn't this also possible? And isn't our scenario also possible? And I think they're going to get him to say yes. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully it'll be really spicy and fun. Thank you, guys. If you're not able to join us for the second half of the show, please, when you go home tonight, hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again. We're going to go live at 2 p.m. I'll open up the window for chatting here in about 5 or 10 minutes or so. Other than that, we'll see you then. Thanks, guys.